call today. We're going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. It's 9:01. Secretary Armijo, can you take the roll call, please?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Roll call. Chair Brower,
Present.
Vice Chair Burt. Here. Secretary Armijo is here. Commissioner Ingham,
Here.
Commissioner Klasha-Shilich,
Here.
Commissioner Gibson,
Here.
Commissioner Gibson. Commissioner
I'm
Manus.
still here.
Manus. Manus, I don't believe is here. Okay. Now she's gone. Commissioner Beck,
Here.
Commissioner Taylor,
Here.
and Commissioner Carrillo.
Here.
We do have a quorum of 9.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. He didn't answer. I didn't hear him.
Okay.
It's okay. Well, 10 then, correct? Yes.
Yeah. Great. Thank you. Commissioner Beck, could you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the United States and be a symbol of perfect friendship among the United Nations.
Thank you.
I think I might be doing that. I know.
All right. Let's move into item number 2, approval of the agenda.
Move to approve the agenda.
Second.
All right, let's take a roll call vote, please.
Vice Chair Burt,
Yes.
Secretary Armijo votes yes. Commissioner Ingham,
Yes.
Commissioner Klasha-Shilich,
Yes.
Commissioner Gibson.
The first one or the second one?
One. First one.
Here. Oh, yes.
Commissioner Manus,
Yes.
Commissioner Beck,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Here. Yes.
Commissioner Carrillo,
Yes.
and Chair Brower.
Yes.
That passes 10-0.
Great, thank you. Let's move to the open forum. Lucy, how many folks do we have today?
We have 18 people signed up to speak this morning.
Great, thank you. You know, since there was 18 people, I'm going to ask that we limit the conversation to 2 minutes today.
Sounds good. Let me adjust my timer here. So when I call you up, please state your full name, first and last name, spell it out for the court reporter. The first speaker is Naomi Hewitt.
Great, and Naomi and the other speakers today, please don't take it personally when I ask you to wrap it up, but I will likely do that at the 2-minute mark, just so that we can continue to move forward and hear everyone during this time. Thank you. Noemi, you can go ahead.
Okay, my name is Noemi Hewitt, spelling Noemi Hewitt, and I just wanted to speak on behalf. I have 2 sons, Robert and Dimitri, and our oldest, Robert, we've had him in private school, public school, and he's currently in the 7th grade in Explore Academy Charter School. He is diagnosed with ADHD, and as a non-neurotypical child, he struggled quite a bit in both private education and public. And the charter school has really allowed him to flourish. It really does meet his needs very well. And we feel that a charter school is very helpful for a family dealing with children who don't necessarily fit into the public school mold. You know, we feel there's still definitely a need for public schools, and for most children, they are excellent, but for our son especially, it wasn't able to meet his needs. And the charter school has been such an improvement, and he's flourished so well at this school. And we feel that our other son would also benefit highly. And he's in the first grade currently. But unfortunately, there aren't very many charter schools available in the area. And for example, we tried applying to one other charter school in the area, and he is 21st on the wait list. So that should tell you a little bit of the demand that there is for a charter school. So we just feel that having another available one would just benefit the area. There's a large homeschool community that would like to see more opportunities available for children that do want to be in a school setting, but might not necessarily thrive in the public school setting.
Thank you, Miss Hewitt. Really appreciate you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Daniela Ponce.
I'm Daniela, and I'm a student at Explore Academy, and I have two younger siblings. And I think this school would be really good for a younger.
Miss Ponce, it's very hard to hear you. If it's possible for you to get a little bit closer to your phone or your computer so that we can hear you a little bit more clearly.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm a student here at Explore Academy, and it has really helped me. And I think it's a really good school. So I think it will help like smaller kids if it helps us. I think smaller kids could benefit it more.
Thank you, Daniela. Really appreciate it. I think she was finished. It sounded like. Okay.
Okay, the next speaker is Estrella.
Um, so I have three siblings, and I think that they would like to come to school because of the model. It's really good. And I'm definitely all for a elementary school for Explore Academy. I think that the students would be able to get a good learning environment with good teachers. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Estrella.
Okay, the next speaker is Chloe Ochoa.
Chloe, you can go ahead when you're ready, okay? Chloe, unfortunately, if you are talking right now, we're not hearing you. It looks like you're off mute, but we're still not hearing you. All right. Well, we're really sorry, Chloe. We weren't able to hear your thoughts, but we appreciate you joining us. If you can try logging back in, we'll put you back in the lineup if you're able to do that.
Okay, the next person is Yeshua.
Yeshua, you can go ahead when you're ready. If you don't mind, start with spelling your first and last name, please. We're getting a lot of static from you. We're not hearing anything that you're saying. You know, Yeshua, if you don't mind, why don't you log back out and log back in, and we'll see if we can get you in at the end of the lineup as well. I'm not sure if these are all students at the school, and if they are, I don't know if they're staff here, if they're in school or if they're working remote. Are they all remote today or? Okay. Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, the next member is Joanna.
Hello, my name is Joanna Wiseman. I am currently a teacher at Explore Academy, and this is my 13th year teaching. Teaching at Explore Academy has been such a wonderful experience. From a teacher's point of view, I can confidently say that the learners attending Explore are getting a high quality education through our seminar and flavor approach. I believe in our Explorers model so much that I disenrolled my own child from public school and I enrolled him into our school. I wish I could have enrolled my child when he was in elementary school. He is currently a 7th grader. My colleagues create their courses with flavor that makes lessons meaningful and impactful. We create our curriculum and assessments that are all aligned with the New Mexico Common Core standards. We are able to provide more one-on-one support and meet the needs of all of our students because of the smaller classroom sizes. Last year and this year, our students showed significant growth in their IMESA beginning of year, middle of year, and end of year scores. Our students gain confidence and take ownership in their own learning. Adding an elementary school to our existing campus would benefit our community and give parents an alternative option for their children. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wiseman.
Okay, the next speaker is Jackson. Jackson, please give your first and last name when you begin speaking.
Can you hear me?
Yep, Jackson, we can. Can you go ahead and spell your first and last name for us? And then you can go ahead with your comments, okay?
My name is Jackson Tahiri. I go to Explore Academy, and I think it's a good idea to add an elementary school.
You know, it's always unfair when you bring those tiny voices. You know?
Thank you, Jackson. We appreciate you joining us today. I didn't know he was like a 4-year-old.
What makes it only makes it worse if they're in person.
Don't make me spell my name.
Okay, the next speaker is Dre Quintero.
Hello, my name is Dre Quintero. I have a younger brother named Landon Quintero, and he has a little bit trouble at his elementary school. But I think if we make the Explore Academy elementary school, that my younger brother's education would get better. Thank you.
Thank you, Dre.
Okay, the next speaker is Esteban Belmontes.
Can you hear me?
We can't hear you. If you can speak as loud as you can so that we can hear you very clearly.
My name is Esteban Belmontes.
I think this school is the best school I've ever been to. Explore Academy is a great school. I really do think we should have an elementary school at Explore Academy. I have a little brother and I 100% think he would love it here and would love the teachers here at Explore Academy.
Thank you, Esteban.
Okay, the next speaker is Jonathan.
Yeah, hopefully y'all can hear me. Good morning. My name's Jonathan Morgan, and we have a student, first year, 6th grade at Explore Academy, and it's been nothing but great. I ask him every day when he comes home. He likes the small classes. We also have my daughter that's in 2nd grade, and we think that she'd benefit from having smaller classes. Currently, she is one of the COVID babies, so you can tell everybody at her grade level was at home for kindergarten. So you can tell that they're all behind. The majority of her classes in the red. And I really think that if we did open up an elementary school here in Las Cruces with Explore Academy with the smaller class sizes, that more one-on-one that my son's been telling me that he's been getting at school, that she'd really benefit from and be able to hopefully get brought up to level with all the other kids. We love the staff. They're very communicative, and you can tell that he gets a lot more attention from being in a charter school compared to a public school, compared to how the teachers interact, his grades, or something happens at school, I get an email right away, and it's just a so much better environment. I think we'd benefit a lot having one here in Las Cruces.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Isaiah Johnson.
Isaiah, you can go ahead and start when you're ready. Isaiah, we're not hearing you. So if your teacher is with you, maybe they can help you out with the technological issue. All right, Isaiah, if you can work with your teacher or your parents to see if you can log back in and see if your mic will work the next time.
Okay, the next speaker is Cody.
Hello, my name is Cody Larnyaga. I have autism, and I think it would be good if people with like mental health issues, not mental health, but whatever, like stuff like I have, like would help a lot. It would help a lot if they have like a nice charter school to go to when, basically it's like less big, like classroom size, and I think it would help personally myself. Thank you.
Thank you, Cody.
Okay, the next person to speak is Stephanie Morgan.
Hi, good morning. My name is Stephanie Morgan. I actually work for the public schools in the DD pre department. And I have parents actually coming up to me now, very, very concerned about the class sizes. And right now, every time I drive to work, it's construction everywhere. And we're overly packed with students. And so their concerns are the same as my concerns with my 2nd grader. She was a COVID baby, I get it, but at the same time, all these status saying that she is where they're testing her, showing us where she's supposed to be or where she is now. I'm very concerned with moving her up to the 3rd grade. Because I don't want to keep pushing her and we keep going back into almost close to like having an intervention. And I think the Explore Academy will be great for her because it's a lot smaller, and actually the teachers will get to know her and us more on one-on-one basis versus from having 20 to 23 students, and then plus behaviors as well. So yeah, and then of course I have a son who is a sixth grader at Explore Academy, and he says nothing but great things about it. He loves how he gets to pick his own classes and how he wants to learn. And I feel like that would be benefit for her as well, instead of just being taught, even though they teach different ways, I feel like it's still kind of the same way how they want to be taught, or actually to be learned. And I think this will be this will benefit for her. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morgan.
Okay, the next speaker is Robert Hewitt.
Can you hear me?
We can, Mr. Hewitt.
Okay, so I am a seventh grader at Explore Academy, and my mom spoke earlier, Noemi Hewitt, and so I did want to say that my little brother is homeschooled. It is fine for him because he has the same schedule as me, but he doesn't get to experience being with actual kids, being in a building, actually getting outside of the house. So I think that it would be a good opportunity for him to be able to interact with people, make actual friends, have fun at school instead of being cooped up in a living room learning school by himself. I think it would be an amazing opportunity for him to be able to learn a good environment. And that is why I think that we should add an elementary school here. It would definitely help him a lot.
Thank you, Robert. And I hope your brother gets some fresh air sometimes when he's working from home.
Can you turn up volume?
Okay, the next speaker is Emma.
Can you hear me?
We can, Emma. Go ahead when you're ready.
My name is Emma Gatango, and I think that Explore Academy should add elementary grades because they might be a little bit closer to the older siblings and might have that support if they're having trouble with anything. And they also will have more options for classes instead of just being thrown into one at random. When I was in elementary school, I only had PE twice per week, and I only had an art class once every 2 weeks. And they might get a taste of what it's like in middle and high school before getting into those higher grades.
Thank you, Emma.
Okay, the next speaker, which I don't see her on anymore, it looks like she dropped off, was going to be Christy. Christy, if you're on, please raise your hand.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, if you don't mind spelling your first and last name out for us.
Of course.
Oh, no. Oh, there we go.
Hang on. Okay, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, great. Christy Takis, CHRISTY, and I'm the Executive Director of the Association of Charter School Education Services. I'm certainly thankful for the opportunity to speak in support of the expansion of Explore Academy Las Cruces to include K through 5. I've been a part of the Las Cruces charter community for almost 5 years now. I was the charter leader at J. Paul Taylor Academy and served as the interim at Raíces for a brief period. And for the past 3 years, I've been the executive director of ACES, which supports all of the charter schools in New Mexico. Our charter community in Las Cruces is very strong, I believe mostly due to the relationships among the charter leaders who work collaboratively to provide options for our families and our community. But to address the need for K through 5 grades, historically, J. Paul Taylor Academy has had a waiting list of over 100 students each year. And currently they have around 140 that are on their list now. And I believe that Explore Academy offers another unique learning experience that will be appealing to families outside of traditional schooling. So given the opportunity to expand Explore Academy to include elementary grades will not only help strengthen the charter presence in Las Cruces community, but most importantly, meet the demands of families who are seeking alternatives to the local district. So I appreciate your time and your consideration, and thanks for letting me speak.
Thank you, Ms. Takis.
Okay, the next speaker is Rebecca Shepherd.
Good morning. My name is Rebecca Shepherd. I am the founder of Las Cruces Education Advocacy and Awareness, and I sit on the board of FACE, Families Advocating for Change in Education. I am also the parent of 5 children. 2 of my children are of elementary school age, and 1 child attends Explore Academy. Because of my education advocacy work and having children in public school, I am very aware of the needs of more elementary schools here in Las Cruces. I spoke to you last year about these needs, and these needs have just grown exponentially. When I moved to the area of Las Cruces called Metro Verde in 2016, we knew of hundreds of homes would be developed over many years. Since that time, homes have continued to be developed with no slowing in growth. Myself and the other potential homeowners were told that there would be a school built eventually for children, which would be part of the mainstream school district. That was in 2016. However, when I watched the most recent school board retreat meeting, it was then that the public was made aware that the donated land was going to be used for actually a pre-K school and not an elementary school, which we so desperately need. This area of town is only a portion where the growth is happening. The building is happening all over the city. Our children are being put into countless portables on land of the elementary schools, and they are being separated from the rest of the school. They do not have many of the equal supplies that their peers have. Each time that they have to use the restroom, it is a security issue to have them walk to the main building. It is a security issue to have their portables close to the fences where many of them are placed. Explore Academy is a wonderful school. They offer top-rated curriculum and staff. They have worked hard to ready their building to welcome elementary school students, and they certainly would not be in outside portables. Please allow them the opportunity to do what they do so well, which is to teach the children of Las Cruces. And I just want to add, I love the public school teachers. I advocate for them and with them, and I support them. I just think that right now we are in a place that we absolutely need more opportunities here in Las Cruces for education, and we have that opportunity in Explore. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Shepherd.
Okay, and we have one final speaker, that is Zoe.
Hello, my name is Zoe. I'm a 6th grader at Explore Academy, and in my family, I'm actually the youngest. But I know that whenever I was younger, I lived in a very small town, and my elementary was full, so I was actually in homeschool for a while. And I believe that in Explore Academy, their curriculum is very stable, and I definitely noticed in my growth in my learning experiences since I've been here. And I was actually supposed to be going to Sierra, but then I got transferred here, and it's a really helpful school, and they do one-on-one with their students. That way they get the full education that they need. And I feel like an elementary school would be very necessary. That way kids younger than 6th grade would also be able to get the same education as us. Thank you. Oh yeah, and then I have a classmate here that was having technical issues. I was wondering if she could maybe speak on my computer right after I got done.
Absolutely, Zoe.
Okay, thank you.
If you just let her, Zoe's friend, if you could just
Hi,
share
my
what your
name is
name is.
Miriam Shepherd, and I really think that elementary school would be helpful because as my mom said, Rebecca Shepherd, there are not many elementary schools here, and Monte Vista has like 7 or 8 portables, and they're just like packing all the 5th graders into portables. And I had an experience with the portable, and it was not fun. During the lunchtime, all the kids were like outside, like yelling and everything, and it was very hard to pay attention. And during the summer, it would get very hot in there. So I think that an elementary school would be very helpful. And I honestly think that my 2 little brothers would like how it's like set up, because the teachers with the smaller classrooms can do like one-on-one time with you if you need help with something. And they kind of add like a fun twist to the work. Like on math, I'm in a garden. My kind of like lesson thing is also mixed with like gardening. So that's made the math more fun. So I honestly think that my brothers would like how that's set up. Thank you.
Can you give us your name one more time?
Miriam Shepherd.
Can you spell your first name, please, Miriam?
Miriam.
Great, thank you. And Lucy, any of the ones that we dropped early, were they able to log back on?
They have not logged back on, but I don't know if they were students and they're part of that group that spoke already. So if they're still there, you guys are, please raise your hand and we can call on you again.
Any hand raisers?
No,
All right.
none.
Well, thank you all. Thanks to all of the public comments today. Let's move on to item number 4. And by the way, Lucy, thank you also for rolling with the punches on that too. I know that must be a little bit stressful, and as you move through that. Let's move to item number 4, consent agenda. Commissioner Creo.
I'd like to pull 4 and item 13, I just want to take a more closer look at it. It's the La Tierra administrator change. So pull that for discussion under 5. No? Oh, I just saw you going like that. I saw Rebecca. Okay.
We have to, it's the October.
We can't, we need to pull it and discuss it.
Yeah, I'd like that, please. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
All right, so I'll move to approve the consent agenda without item 13.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Secretary Mijo votes yes. Commissioner Ingham,
Yes.
Commissioner Klasha-Shilich. Welcome back, Commissioner Gibson,
Yes.
Commissioner Manus,
Yes.
Commissioner Beck,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Carrillo,
Yes.
Chair Brower,
Yes.
Vice Chair Burt,
Yes.
and back to Commissioner Klasha-Shilich.
Yes.
Thank you.
Great.
That passes 10-0.
Great. Thank you, Secretary. Item number 5, discussion and possible action on items removed from the consent agenda. So we moved item number 13, head administrator changes, La Tierra Montessori School for the Arts. Director Chavez.
Yes, thank you, Chair Brower and Commissioner Carrillo. The reason why you see this is because we did an inventory of actions by the PEC for the last several months to make sure that we had not skipped anything. And one of the things that the PEC had not yet had on their consent agenda was when Ms. Herrera moved to become the head administrator at La Tierra. So there is not a new head administrator. This is old business. We're just putting in the record.
Terrific. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we entertain a motion, please? Vice Chair.
I'll move to accept the head administrator change for La Tierra Montessori School for the Arts.
I second.
Commissioner Manus.
Commissioner Ingham,
Yes.
Commissioner Kloschuschilich,
Yes.
Commissioner Gibson,
Yes.
Commissioner Manus,
Yes.
Commissioner Beck,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Carrillo,
Yes.
Chair Brower,
Yes.
Vice Chair Burt,
Yes.
and Commissioner, Secretary Armija votes yes. It passes 10-0.
Thank you, Secretary. Item number 6, introduction of head administrators. We have one, Teresa Archuleta, South Valley Prep. Director Chavez.
Yes, commissioners, there's Teresa. I'll let her introduce herself and talk a little bit about how she is the new, I believe, interim head administrator at South Valley Prep. You guys know her as a familiar face and a successful head administrator coming from Tierra Adentro Charter School in Albuquerque. So I'll turn it over to Teresa.
Good morning, Chairman Brower and members of the commission. Very nice to see all of you this morning. Well, as most of you know, I did retire in June, but my grandson happens to attend South Valley Preparatory School, and they did have the need to have someone come in the interim. The head administrator there, Moises Padilla, is quite ill, as most of you know, and so this was a way to support him and the community, and of course, my grandson. So I am happy. I've been there for the past 2 weeks. I began officially March 6th. We are working on a sort of a month-by-month way of looking at how, however Moises may feel. Been working with the board. We had our first board meeting, or I had my first board meeting with South Valley Prep board members yesterday. So very happy, and we'll hit the ground running. It is the end of the year, and most of you know how that is.
Thank you, Ms. Archuleta. It's good to see you again. I'm glad you had a 7-month retirement. And definitely our thoughts are with Moises for sure. I just learned in a whisper what's happening with him and his family. And so definitely sending our thoughts to him.
Yeah,
sure.
very unique situation for him and the community. So we want to do everything we can to support.
Great. Thank you. Great. Anything else from commissioners?
Just thanks for stepping in and stepping up for the kids.
Of course, listening to the Explore Academy commissioner is, when you hear those kids speaking it, that's why we do it, right? All of us.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Archuleta, for joining us today. Let's move on to item number 7, discussion and possible action on amendment request to add grade levels at Explore Academy Las Cruces. And then number 8, I think we traditionally discuss both amendments together if the team is okay with that. So we'll loop in item number 8 as well, discussion and possible action on amendment request to increase the enrollment cap of Explore Academy in Las Cruces. And so what we'll do, we hear from Director Chavez first, and then we'll hear from the school as well.
Thank you, Chair Brower. Commissioners, good to see you, Team Explore Las Cruces. We received amendment to increase the grade level served at Explore Academy Las Cruces. As you heard from the many constituents, the school is seeking to add an elementary school. The school has been in operation for 2 years, and at the time that the application for submitting the request went through, we were in the process of changing forms. So it was a little rocky road that Ms. Warner navigated well. And so you have the application, you have all the attachments that are in your folder. I don't know that they've been uploaded to the website yet. I think they may have been. Thank you. And so I think that the school presented the information about the community desire to increase. The PEC's previous policy was that a school was in operation for 3 years before such an amendment could take place. because the PEC wanted to see 3 years worth of data. And so we don't have that for Explore Las Cruces. What we do have in the record is some preliminary assessment results. Again, the assessment results from the statewide assessments are not certified, but when we look at Explore, they have some impressive results. So for their middle school, this is a different population. The campus would obviously need to be retrofitted to accommodate a younger population of students. The school would need to hire additional staff. The school would need to be able to put together a program that serves elementary. I'm sure that they will speak to the fact that the school in Albuquerque has recently added elementary. And so the Explore network, if you will, has recently gained some experience with working with elementary school students. When we analyzed the proposal, we went back to the first time when the school proposed to expand the grade levels and read the transcripts from the PEC meeting last year when you were looking at this. And several of the analyses points that you see in your materials from the CSD came from issues that were raised by PEC when we were discussing it. At that time, it was crystal clear that, again, the 3 years of data was required in order for the school to even apply. And we took that as still the PEC's policy in making the recommendation for this school. So at this point, we don't believe that the school is eligible. We don't recommend that the PEC move forward in increasing the grade span until the school has 3 years worth of experience in operating. We feel like that is what the basis for our recommendation was. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Chavez. And now the school has a chance. Ms. Warner, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry. I just wanted to ask if we could add, one of our board members is here, if we could add to the panel, and if you could add me to the panel so I can share a slideshow? Is that possible? The board member is Jennifer Lichtenfels, Dr. Jennifer Lichtenfels.
Great, thank you. And if you don't mind, introducing yourselves and spelling your names out for Cindy, please.
We also
Please accept the promotion.
We also need to accept, or to promote Karen Cassidy, who's the head administrator. She's on campus at the school today, but we'd like to have her. She was going to introduce all of us.
Director Cassidy, please accept the promotion.
Big promotion. Is Karen on? See her.
Yes, they both are.
Oh, they are. Okay. So Karen, if you would start, are you there? Maybe we have to start with that. Oh, that's too smart.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry about that. Took me a second to get my mic going. Well, good morning, Chair Brower, commissioners, and Charter School Division staff. As stated, my name is Karen Cassidy, and I'm the head administrator here at Explore Academy in Las Cruces. I'd like to introduce members of the team that are there with you and virtually. First, I'd like to introduce Valerie Ratliff Parker. She is there in person. She is the Explore Academy Las Cruces principal. Hannah Peria, who provides support to us in the area of K-5 curriculum instruction, is also there in person. Karen Warner, in person as well, is the individual who provides support to Explore Academy in the area of compliance. Also, I'd like to introduce Jennifer Lechtenfeld. She's one of our board members and she's attending virtually. Thank you so much for allowing us to present our amendment request for the approval to increase our enrollment cap from 700 to 1,200 and to add grades K through 5 to our existing charter. At this point, Valerie, I want to turn it over to you so you can present the next item.
Good morning, everyone. Chair Brower, Commissioners, Director Chavez. I just wanted to introduce myself as well before I get started. This year, Ms. Cassidy is the head administrator. Next year, I will be the head administrator overseeing both campuses. Should you all approve the K through 5, I hope you do. And that I am from Las Cruces. I am from the area. I was born and raised in El Paso, actually, so I'm very familiar with the border community. It's hard to claim that, but yes. And I've lived in Las Cruces since 2003. So I've been in Las Cruces for 20 years now. I raised both of my children there, and my daughter's a Mayfield graduate, and my son is currently going to J. Paul Taylor. He's also at a charter school. And I used to work at another charter school in Las Cruces for 11 years. Also worked at a comprehensive high school in Las Cruces at Oregon Mountain. So I am familiar with both the traditional public schools and the charter. And I am a huge advocate for charters in general, not just Explore Academy, all charters. They're amazing. They are wonderful, and I will continue to support them forever. And so the community input that we've received, having worked at another charter school, as well as having my son at J. Paul Taylor, there is a community need in Las Cruces for another charter school, for another elementary charter school. We did have a K-5 application or an interest form. So we did have 113 people show interest in the K-5 addition of grades K through 5. We also attended the charter fair. And like Ms. Takas had said, the charter schools, us as directors and administrators, we got along really well. And it's just very collaborative. So we were there at the charter fair speaking to each other and kind of just networking. And it's just a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun to be around the other charter directors. And at that charter fair, we had 15 signatures, unique signatures, because there were 50 families that came and spoke to us. But as far as like one person per family, it was 15 signatures. And then we also had the community input hearing at a governance council meeting. And we had over 30 attendees there also speaking on behalf of adding grades K through 5. As stated earlier during the community public input, at J. Paul Taylor, where my son is currently in the 4th grade, there is the waiting list for all grades. So before you, there are the numbers again, but speaking with Eric Honor, the head administrator over there, we were talking a little bit about the wait list that he has now and that they've had traditionally since conception. So this is their current number, their current waiting list number. So we can clearly see, and there's data to show the evidence behind needing another elementary charter school. So we could service those 182 families that are currently waiting and will continue to wait since they can only have a certain amount of numbers per grade level. And from here, I'm going to pass it back to Ms. Cassidy so she can just talk a little bit about the Explore model for the new commissioners.
Thank you, Valerie. Because we have some new commissioners who might not be familiar with our school, I just want to take a moment and give a brief overview of our unique learning model. I think the teacher that spoke in the open forum did a great job of also explaining and probably giving you a good idea of our unique model, but I'll just take a few minutes to expound on that a little bit. So Explore Academy doesn't follow the traditional school system of that semester or year-long courses. Rather, our academic year, we split up into smaller learning modules that we call seminars. Each seminar is standards-based, and it focuses on a specific set of state standards. Throughout the seminar, in these smaller modules, students will work towards mastering the standards and will demonstrate mastery of those standards on an exit exam or the end of course exams, and that's reflected in their final grade for that semester. At the heart of our unique learning model is student choice. As I said, the academic year is split into these smaller learning modules. I'm going to use middle school as an example. So these modules would be quarters. Every quarter, every student has a choice between 2 seminars or classes for every core content area. For instance, in the first quarter, let's say a 6th grader, will be able to choose between 2 seminars, 2 for science, 2 for English, 2 for math, 2 for social studies. And each set of these core content seminars are themed, or also what we call flavored, and are based on the same set of standards. Students have a course catalog where they're able to view all the flavors, all the themes, and their course descriptions. So for instance, let's say in first quarter science, a student might have a choice between Rock Detectives or Jurassic Park. Both of these seminars are based on the same set of standards, but they represent a unique approach to delivering and engaging the student with the content. So this seminar approach, combined with the power of choice, increases students' engagement and the likelihood of higher academic success and achievement. So in a nutshell, hopefully, you can see how our unique model is innovative. It allows for student choice and how our learning modules are not only standards-based in the instruction, but also in the final grading. I'm going to turn it over to Hannah now so she can explain how this will look at the K-5 level.
Thank you, Karen. So this visual on the screen gives you there's a lot of things up there, but it shows you from kindergarten and first grade all the way up into our 12th graders how we break down seminars throughout the course of the school year. So there is choice from the youngest years. They get to choose in the summer for a whole year what their flavors will be for STEM and humanities. Once students move into the 2nd and 3rd grade, they choose each semester. And then from 4th through 7th, you see quarterly choice, and high schools every 22 days, every term. I'm excited to share a little bit more about the elementary model. It's very similar to the 6-12. It unites teacher passion and student choice for a very creative learning environment. And I think the best way is to show the contrast between 2 different flavors. So the first flavor you see on the screen is would be a 4th grade flavor. So it would be addressing specifically a set of standards related to fractions into ecosystems. So you could see how a student who's really interested in creating and who is very artistic would be attracted to an art within STEM flavor, where they're learning all of the standards, but they're learning about those through much more artistic representations. In contrast, you might have a kiddo who would rather learn about those same fractions and ecosystem standards through learning about summiting the Oregon Mountains, learning about weather, learning about the animals out there. And so if you were walking into these classrooms while the actual like Common Core content that's being delivered is identical, the way they're assessing is identical at the end of the quarter, you might see in the art classroom students painting visuals of fractions, choosing an animal to study, write a research paper on, and to sculpt. And then over in summiting the Oregon Mountains, students might be solving word problems about hikes using fractions and maps, and building terrariums in their classrooms in order to study different animals and insects. So regardless of what flavor a student is in, and regardless of whether they're in K or 5th grade, you're going to see a lot of, you can go to the next slide, a lot of student-led discussion. Flavors really come to life through the environment, but also through that thematic instruction. We see student-created materials on the walls, a big buzz in the classroom. We would want to see kids in the driver's seat of their education, making choices not just about which flavors they're picking, but also what they're doing day to day. And so we put them in the position of choice early on and ensure that they also have that whole child development. In nurturing the whole child, we want to give children time to be little ones. And so we carve 3 recesses daily into the schedule. We also have daily and weekly social and emotional learning structures that help promote development of the whole child. So that includes classroom meetings that begin and end the day, whole school assemblies that celebrate learning and connection, direct instruction, because we're all learning how to be humans together, and then using restorative practices. Just like the middle school, we also have multi-age clubs on Fridays. So that would be something that all the students in Las Cruces would be able to access during the school day, is explore their direct extracurricular interests. And last, I want to touch briefly on the individualized supports, which you heard a number of our students talk about this morning from their perspective at the middle school level. We do have a full inclusion model, which applies to our students with IEPs. We also have a school-wide enrichment model for gifted education that we'd be looking to implement. And students can work at different levels in STEM or humanities. They might advance or need to take more time based on a lot of different data points. We know that kiddos, even in general education, can plateau in their academic career. And so our model allows for that flexibility for us to move ahead or take a little bit more time. And just like in the middle and high school grades, there's flex time during the school day that allows students either free time, tutoring, interventions that align with the multi-layered system of supports or their English language development, pullouts, ancillary services, enrichment, and more. I'll turn things over to Valerie now to talk more about equity at our school.
Again, working in Las Cruces and knowing the cultural demographics that we have in Cruces, I can't even emphasize how amazing it is to be able to provide some opportunity to all the students that we have there in Las Cruces and the diversity that we have in Cruces, as well as on our staff. We have a high population of Hispanic in Las Cruces, y como soy de Mexico también, I love it. So it's great to be able to speak with those kids. And we have 30 English learner students, and to provide them with these opportunities where they can excel and just thrive has been amazing to watch. The other item that we have too is building these flavors. There, you just had a couple of examples of the flavors that can be developed. These flavors are also developed with those things in mind. So being able to address the cultural relevancy through our demographic as well through the flavors. Por ejemplo, for example, we could do a flavor on the food that's in the area. Then they could also look into the wonderful enchiladas that I think are better in the South than in the North. I'm just saying. Just saying. I don't know, red or green, I don't know. And also the transportation and the other food services that we have that are available. And I'd like to pass it over to Dr. Lichtenfield if she is on the panel so she can speak to the equity, which is a huge part of some of the equitable opportunities that we provided. Explore.
Yes, good morning, commissioners. Just a little background on myself. I have been with Explore Academy and the governing board for about 18 months now. And I am a pediatrician, recently retired, and it's been really quite an experience to work with the board and with the staff at Explore. They're fabulous. Now, as the commissioners know, food and transportation can be two of the largest barriers to equitable access for educational options. And Explore Academy has removed these by participating in the National School Lunch Program. So our students are able to get their lunch at a free or reduced price. The school also provides bus transportation to and from the school, making it accessible to students who would not otherwise have transportation. According to the CSD site visit, Explore is actually the only charter school in Las Cruces that's providing transportation to and from the school. If you combine waitlist numbers for J. Paul Taylor and those students that are not even able to enter their lottery because of issues with transportation, I don't think there's any doubt that Explore Academy would be filling every available seat and place in a K-5 expansion. Thank you very much.
For our school successes, as was noted earlier, for our academic achievements thus far, we have significantly, as Director Chavez pointed out too, that it's pretty impressive, the academic gains that we've had over the last year. And we've had outperforming in the local district in math and reading and proficiency. And we've also had a lot of gains with our special education population as well. So if you were to reference the graphs and the data that it has been submitted to you, there were some huge gains with our special education population. So that's something that we're very proud of. And I commend our teachers that are amazing. And our kids are amazing too. You heard them. They're so cute.
Yes, they are. Oh, there's the special education.
Okay. For the facilities, last year I did sit on the amendment request that happened last year. So I was listening very carefully to the concerns about the facilities and being on a road that was the main artery or is a main artery of Las Cruces. And the first day that I had to manage traffic out there, I was a little concerned as well. So rightfully so. And the first day was, I had no idea how many parents were going to come and pick up and show up. I didn't know how it was going to run into Tell Shore. And it was interesting the first day. Quickly after that first day, I figured out a way to fill. So if you look at the map up there, there are a bunch of lines, a bunch of parking spots that are lined up parallel to Tell Shore. So that in front of the main building, right there. Yeah, and all the way across. So within that spot, I was able to create a lane or a turnaround lane. So we have a line of cars going up the parking lot. They turn around or do a U-turn, create two lanes coming back into the main parking area. And then it goes into 3 lanes. And then that's where we put all those cars. So there is not a single car ever on Tell Shore during pickup time, which is really nice. So that was done after day 1 and a lot of brainstorming and trying to figure out how I could do this. And that's great. So the traffic is no longer an issue and will never be an issue. So if we were to add grades K through 5, we would have a staggered release and staggered pickup so that we can avoid that congestion. With the facilities as well, we have 3 separate buildings, as you can see on the map. So it would be quite easy to separate the K through 5 from the 6 through 12 and being able to make sure that the kiddos are separated. One of the students said when we were asking who would speak on behalf of adding grades K through 5, and this one student, she raised her hand and she said, well, can we speak against it? And I said, well, why? She said, because I don't want my little sister in here in the cafeteria asking me for it. I said, no, sweetie, she's going to be in a completely separate side. You don't have to worry about her asking you for candy or anything like that. So those concerns will be addressed.
And speak to the outside areas.
Oh. For the outside areas as well. So there are a lot of plans walking on that campus every day and thinking about elementary school kids and even our middle schoolers and our high schoolers, they need an outdoor area. So we have plans in place to extend. There's a lot of room in the back, plenty of room in the back, right up against the levee of the dam to create an outdoor space and also to be able to fence off an area for just a designated playground. And also there are several areas to make little courtyards as well where they can eat outdoors, have outdoor classrooms. So the potential is amazing to be able to add it. It's just a matter of doing it. So we'll just get that done.
So Chair Brower, Commissioners, Charter School Division staff, as you know, I'm Karen Warner, and I want to thank you for allowing us the time to present this school and your attention to the details. I think it's important to understand the model, and I think these ladies have done a phenomenal job. It's very exciting. My part is not quite so fun, but I do want to respond to the CSD analysis and some of the comments made in that analysis. I think it's just equally as important as what we've just discussed. So particularly given the recommendation that is not one we would want. And frankly, one that I don't think is grounded in the data. So first, for the record, I do want to note that the school was not provided a copy of the CSD analysis in advance, but rather we found it posted online yesterday afternoon. The analysis begins with references and Director Chavez made those references again this morning to the amendments request that was submitted last year, about a year ago now. The school did not resubmit that request. We've submitted a complete new packet in February And that packet was not posted online and may not have been provided to the PEC until I sent the email yesterday. It is posted online now. I saw it this morning. Regarding the decision last year, though, I do want to thank Commissioners Burt and Carrillo and Taylor for their vote, and former Commissioner Voigt for their vote of approval at that time. For those of you who were not on the commission then, I know that Commissioner Amijo was not present at that meeting. Commissioner Manus had to leave before the vote was taken. And then according to the transcript, Commissioner Gibson and others who voted against did so primarily due to the 3 years of operational data that Director Chavez mentioned. However, your amendment request policies were changed by this body in December of 2022, and that requirement is no longer included in the amendment packet at all. So a reference to the 3 years of operational data is a decision this commission made in December to not include, rather to look at the whole of the model or the proposal, regardless of how many years of data or operation there have been. In your packet, in that analysis, there was comments on projected enrollment. I will say grades 6 through 8 were offered the first year at Explore Academy Las Cruces, and there were indeed several obstacles to that impacted our enrollment that first year. Those are described in the enrollment cap narrative that I sent, document number 4, and they're also in the analysis for the enrollment cap request, copied and pasted from our proposal. I'm more than happy to go over those details with you if you wish, but I do want to point out one important note, and that is that we added grade 9 the second year and more than doubled our enrollment that year. And we are adding grade 10 and increasing seats for grades 6 through 9 this year, and do anticipate 300 students in those grades. That's irregardless of the K-5 amendment. That's just the 6 to 12 projection we're on. The next thing I want to point out is they mentioned the draft annual report from our first year. CSD mentions the working to meet standard regarding attendance. And yes, the school fell short. We got 92% attendance rate and 95% is the expectation. Again, Commissioner Creo, I know you don't like the COVID excuse, but the fact remains that a lot of our absences at the beginning of the year were due to the pandemic. And I still think 92 is pretty good. Regardless, what wasn't mentioned in your analysis is the rest of this chart, which is pretty green and even blue. So we're pretty proud of our ratings for the first year school. It's pretty impressive for first school operations. Commissioners, the NA is listed for financial areas there because, as you know, the first year of operations, the school has not had an audit yet. It's a year lag, so we'll have those ratings this year after the audit is reviewed and rated. Also, what isn't mentioned in the working to meet is that, in addition to attendance, indicator 4B includes retention and recurring enrollment. And our retention during the school year was 84%, which is great for a first year school. 80% is the goal set by PEC in our contract. And the recurring enrollment returned this year was 86%. And the goal in our contract was 70%. So significantly, though we didn't quite meet attendance, we did really well in the other areas of that indicator. Other sections of the analysis talk about the preparation for implementation. One was about the clarity. And again, the reference to last year is, in my opinion, irrelevant. But this year's packet does describe the plan to add grades 4 and 5 and then add the lower grades later. Where last year, to be honest, we really weren't sure which way we were going to go. And we were responding to the community request and weren't sure how we were going to do that last year, but we want to add 4 and 5 initially. Staffing was also commented on. There's no potential impact to the existing staff. And it was never pointed out to us that evidence of staff support was required. That is required in a renewal application, but not an amendment request, or we would have certainly petitioned them. I can assure you that the school staff has definitely expressed their support. One was here today, even though the rest are teaching and working on reviews for exit exams. None have expressed opposition to my knowledge. In fact, I am pretty confident that the starting cohorts at a younger age is going to make life for our secondary teachers easier because the students will have less learning gaps when they get to the 6th grade. Also, we're confident in the school's ability to attract and hire quality teachers and staff. The form did not request or require a detailed plan for that, but we're happy to speak to that if you'd like. We anticipate that we would need at least 2 4th grade teachers and at least 2 5th grade teachers if approved. And we may need to increase our electives teachers and of course EAs, our education assistants. Next was the facilities. And with the addition of grades 4 and 5, there are little or no facility remodels required. And the addition and improvements to the outdoor space were already in our plan, regardless of an amendment request decision today. There was a reference to sprinkler systems made last year, but that was what was happening last summer in order to prepare the building for a school, had nothing to do with the elementary grade levels. That's in place. We have to have appropriate fire safety. We anticipate that the current facility will support growth and expansion for the next few years, but as mentioned in the request packet, the long range plan is to add another facility and completely separate elementary and middle high school grades in the future as we grow. Of course, that would require another amendment about the school building, and we have signed assurances from the board included in the packet regarding that. I think the traffic and safety concerns were addressed by Ms. Ratliff Parker earlier, and the commissioners are welcome to visit the school to see why we do not think these concerns are valid. There was a parent comment about small school feel. There are many ways to maintain a small school feel through the culture and community aspects of the school. Most of the state charters, including Explore Academy Las Cruces, are really good at this. Parents everywhere say they like the smaller feel of the school. Also, our class sizes, as mentioned, range from 14 to 18, which is significantly smaller than the local traditional schools. There was a quote I want to read to you regarding the enrollment cap, and I quote, "The school reports having the capacity to support increased enrollment, but specifies the intent to meet increased enrollment numbers only through the enrollment of K to 5. I don't understand the point of that sentence, or it's simply incorrect. Yes, if the school does not add elementary grades, an enrollment increase is not needed at this time. And as I just mentioned a bit ago, we do anticipate to have 300 students in grades 6 through 10, separate from our request to add grades K to 5. So that is not, I don't understand that point. That's why we submitted both requests simultaneously. All honesty, if you don't improve the K to 5, we don't need the enrollment cap increase. At full enrollment though, our prediction would be that grades K to 12 would serve 1,200 students, and therefore that's the reason for our request. Community and family support, I don't understand what's unclear about that. The catalyst for us seriously considering this was the January 2022 charter school fair, where parents repeatedly asked questions about options for their elementary age students, and we had to send them off to 2 of the 7 booths that were there. That's what really started it last year and why we came to you last year. But since then, as you've heard, students and families have contacted the school, responded to a survey, attended a community input hearing. Some are in attendance today, all in support. In closing, I do want to share an observation with this commission. Last year, Explore Academy Las Cruces received a very detailed analysis by CSD of the amendment request, yet another school on that very same agenda with a request that had the same requirements had no analysis by CSD whatsoever. Today, the CSD analysis for Explore Academy Las Cruces is vastly different than the one provided for the next school on your agenda. Namely, the next school has 2 sections. Oops, excuse me, I forgot to show that, but has 2 sections that were omitted from our analysis, and so I took the liberty of adding them for you here on the screen. Academic success data and organizational success data. During the 21-22 school year, Explore Academy Las Cruces exceeded standards on its mission goal. And in 21-22, as you see from the chart to the left, the green, all the green, we met standards across the board with one exception. So that's a meet standards overall for the organizational success. And with that, the team stands for any questions, and we respectfully request that you approve adding grades K to 5 for our charter, the families in Las Cruces are eager to have another high quality educational option for their elementary age children. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Explore team. We'll move into discussion. Commissioner Creo and then Commissioner Gibson. And Lucy, just remind me if I'm not seeing a hand online as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to the team for coming up from Las Cruces. You'd be surprised how many people don't make the effort even when they have to come from Albuquerque to come here directly and speak with us in person. And we appreciate that very, very much. Notes that I have here. Karen, it's always a pleasure to see you. I'm clearly Explorer is fortunate to have someone like you arguing their case. It's very, very thorough, and I appreciate that as well. And there are some things I have there. I guess the first thing is population going from 700 to 1200 means K5 is going to be 500 eventually. Okay, just making sure that facility and staffing requirements are met, because that's I feel like small school, 450 kids up to 500 on elementary is a good number. Start getting beyond that, you start stressing the system. And the whole attraction, obviously, to Explore is the 14 to 18 kids per class and that kind of attention. So was there any input at all, or did you solicit any input at all from Las Cruces Public Schools? Because sometimes they, Rio Rancho is always standing in opposition to everything. And so is Santa Fe for that matter. But nothing from Las Cruces, they're kind of welcome.
Yes. Yes. No, we didn't get any opposition from Las Cruces Public Schools.
Okay. And then Valerie, relative to your meeting with J. Paul Taylor, do they welcome the idea of another charter and everything else, or do they see you as
competition?
Well, competition, I think, is good. I've mentioned that all the time. Competition makes all of us better. And rather than the state of New Mexico, as they tried to do with SB 422, an incredibly lame attempt at trying to have a moratorium on charters, they should be welcoming the competition because it makes us all better.
It does.
And that's what J. Paul Taylor's feeling was. And
They are. They
Okay.
are. And I'm actually good friends with Eric, and we were teasing each other, but yes, no, he welcomes it and he's okay with it. And so is Dr. Arteaga at Raices.
Mhm.
And yes,
Okay.
we all work
Well, there's
together.
plenty of room for excellent public schools, right?
Absolutely.
Comment is, I loved the 3 recesses for little kids. We all know that little kids need to move around. And also the multi-age club and the flex. There's so many elements of this school and the Explore concept that boy, do I just wish others in New Mexico would learn from. Not that they have to do flavors, but they could allow in certain areas teachers to come up with, as they're working in their what are they called there, when the little groups of teachers that all get together, what is it acronym for?
PLC.
That they could come up with themes for different things, to engage their kids more, because we see success, and like at Rio Grande or Rio Gaffa, the whole idea of arts embedded education, just seeing so much success with kids. The challenge I have, well, I don't know. So I have a question, and this is, I guess, both. It's regarding the 3 years. So, well, there's 2 things. One, that requirement is no longer necessary based on our own. I have a very short attention span, something we did in December.
Yes, Chair Brower, Commissioner Creo. Yes, in December, you revised, I think, all of the amendment requests and notifications. And at that time, the policy was rewritten, and the form and the outline does not include any mention of 3 years of data. So Director Chavez mentioned she does not believe the school is eligible, but according to your own policy adopted in December, we are certainly eligible.
Okay, because I remember before that when there are things that came up to us prior to December, that was a concern. And I think, I can't remember the name of the school that was it A6? There was a school that we approved, even though they hadn't been in operation for 3 years. You're pointing me to Julia?
I just wanted to read from the approved form.
All right.
There's PEC direction. And it indicates a school should be in operation for 3 years prior to seeking an enrollment cap other than requested in the original application. A school requesting an enrollment cap prior to the end of the third year in operation must provide sufficient data demonstrating effectiveness and need and set forth in 1 and 2 above, data demonstrating the school's educational model is working, and data demonstrating the need for increased enrollment in the community. Those are 1 and 2. Identify why the enrollment cap was not requested in the original application and why the enrollment cap is needed at this point.
Okay, so based on what, what you've just said, I think I feel comfortable. Should is not even will, must, or shall, it should. And yeah, so I'm comfortable with this. And clearly the blue exceeds standards based on your operational model. We can't really ask for more than that unless like there's a purple category for another time or something. But the transportation is a big deal, so I'm glad you're able to do that, and I think you'll have more applicants. I was concerned. It's no longer a concern based on what Julia just said, but like the idea, if something is super duper successful, and then my feeling is why make kids wait? It's just another year that's gone by where a group of kids are not able to experience something excellent. And that's whether it's your school, whether it's, you know, whatever's an MSA or whatever somebody's doing. If we have the ability to allow more kids to benefit from that, then I think it's our it's our moral obligation to do so. So, I mean, you've addressed my concerns and Julia did there. And I just, you know, and it's going to come up later. And obviously I can't say I've made up my mind on anything, but I know Explorer is coming before us for Santa Fe. And I know that Santa Fe is super threatened by having Explorer up here and also having a Montessori magnet up here. And it hurts my heart that they're just not open to change up here the way they need to be. But I thank you very much for your presentation. Appreciate everybody that came to be online, and there you have it.
Thank you, Commissioner Creo. Commissioner Gibson, then Commissioner Taylor, then Vice Chair Burt, then Commissioner Beck.
Thanks. And hello, everyone. I just need, when you're looking at making the playground, when would you begin starting that?
The green space, so when the actual playground will be built, will probably happen within the next year.
Okay. Okay, thanks. And I've been by at comings and goings, and yeah, there's no issue with there may be an issue when they decide to redo that intersection there. I don't know how they're going to try to fix that because there's an overpass, but I know they're looking at, but that's temporary and you can't do anything about it. So I know in the request, it said that the tiny tots will be in a separate, but that's still in that contiguous area. It's not, I was a little confused because it seemed to indicate that space might be a distance away, still close enough for transportation. And it was just a little confusing to me, but it's still all part of that Vista College campus, right?
Right.
Yeah. So it got a little wonky there when I was reading it. I have to say, and it's nothing on you, these decisions are hard to make when we get them when we get all this information the night before. And that's not on you, because we were here till 5:30 last night, and to try to run through this stuff then afterwards. And fortunately, I was here for the first one, so I knew most of it, and I appreciate the additions that have come since then. But it is, it's profoundly difficult to make a quality decision for me, when I don't have time, to go through this material beforehand. And it was, I ran through it last night, but I can honestly say it wasn't with as clear a mind after yesterday as if I had, we're always asking, and, Karen can attest to this, was asking for this like 10 days before so we have that time to look at it. And that's fairest to the school and it's fairest to the commission. I have no concern about whether the school qualifies for to put in the application. We cleared that up. The school, I think, went above and beyond in terms of putting the supplemental information in as to why the need is there. So that's not a concern at this point in time. So, thanks for joining up. And I will say, when community people come to me and they're looking to start a school in Cruces, I always say, you need to start an elementary school, and they say, but see, elementary schools just aren't as sexy as a high school. So and there's not as much grant money that's available often with elementary schools. So I don't want an elementary school, which, I can understand not wanting to spend your life with in an elementary school, but that is really where the need is. Both of our elementary schools that are charters are purposefully small. J. Paul Taylor is at its brim, and they made it small, but, and great that they're successful, but there's a need. And, the charter community in Cruces is very cooperative. So there really isn't this, oh, not another school. And so they really work and lift each other up. So I would be shocked if any of them, made any sentiment against, another member of the family coming in. So yeah, it is. The need is there based on the waiting lists that are there. Absolutely. So thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Taylor.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just want to say that Karen, I am based on the information that we saw today and the presentations by the staff and so forth, that I still am 100% in support of expanding your access to the elementary school. I think it's great. I love it. I think that anytime you have a collection of just bright, driven, experienced individuals that are unified in their goals, you guys are gonna overcome the obstacles that come your way. I mean, it's just not. I mean, I just have this just confidence in y'all's ability to manage the issues that arise. So thank you for doing that, and thank you for your presentation today. I do want to say that I appreciate the information that you sent, Karen. I scanned it, and I may be missing some things, but so right now you're serving 6th through 9th grade with an expansion to 10th grade next year, with a expected enrollment of 300 students. So tell me how the rest of that rolls out as far as the high school and the grade school. And the reason I'm asking is because, I feel like the enrollment cap, raising it to 1,200 at this time might be a little premature. If it's going to be a 5-year or 4-year rollout of the grades, maybe that part of it comes at a later time based on what transpires.
So, may I? Chair Brower, Commissioner Taylor, thank you for the support and thank you for the question. We do have that as a separate vote for the enrollment cap increase. We could, of course, lower that for what we actually need in the next few years. But the reality is that we would just be back here before you again and risking that students and families would feel like we were going to meet our cap and not be able to continue the plan to grow. So we are going to expand each year as you said, 10 this year, then 11, then 12. At the same time, we want to work down with 4 and 5 and then work down at the same time till we eventually have K to 12. And the reason we requested the full enrollment cap now is just to reassure those families that that's our plan and we're going to work towards that. But if you commission so desires, we obviously don't need that full amount just yet, and we could come back again if necessary.
Okay, well, thank you. And then another question I had was when I was reading the information, you're hoping to have a soft opening in the fall of 2023. What is a soft opening?
So by soft opening, I think what was intended there is to add 4th and 5th grade, but maybe just, we need 2, because as you heard from Hannah earlier, there's a STEM and a humanities class. So we would need 2 classes of 4th and 5th graders to make it work for 4th and 5th grade. So a soft launch might be only 2, depending on the interest and enrollment, but 2 of each grade level, for as an example, as a start, but eventually we plan to have many more classes of every grade level down the road. It's just growing slowly. Yeah, thank you, Hannah. Grow slow to grow fast, right? So we want to be successful in it. And so a softer launch, that's what we meant.
Okay, thank you very much, and good work. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Taylor, Commissioner Vice Chair Burt, and then Commissioner Beck.
Thank you. Hello, thanks for coming again. Yeah, I mean, you all know from the last time that I was supportive of this amendment, but I actually understand I was conflicted. You all know I was very conflicted about the last one because of it. So I am, it is much more clear. I mean, I'm glad once again, the PEC did a good job in reviewing all those and like clearing up those kind of confusing parts where we had some gray areas maybe. I do think like those additional items, like the reason why we did that is for this specific example of, like there may be a case in which a school could hear from the community and need to be on top of it instead of being delayed like we tend to do in education, right? Like they end up with 500 portables, right? Because everything's delayed in growth. So allowing charter schools to have the ability to do it a little bit better is why we're here. I think my only question is starting with 4th and 5th. I understand conceptually why you would do that, but how hard is it going to be to get kids to leave their elementary school and come to your, I mean, I did like that. I saw that you had family interest. So I imagine families are going to have an easier time because they're already more, they understand, but man, what a hard, so after you do 4th and 5th, are you doing kinder next year? Okay.
I didn't know what the full
Is
plan
but why not do kinder this year too? I mean, I don't know. I'm just conflicted about it starting in 4th and 5th.
Chair Brower, Commissioner Burke, and then or Vice Chair Burke, and I'll address the kids wanting to leave their elementary school, and then I'll let you speak to the adding the grades K. So my son, like I said, is currently at J. Paul Taylor, and he said, of course, he wants to come with mom, right? So he's going to come.
Well, good thing he's elementary school because I have middle school, high schoolers. They would not want to do that.
Exactly. And so his best friend said, well, if Ty's going, I'm going. Like, so we'll put him there. But I think we'll have enough to create the 2 classrooms. That's why it's a soft start, because I think we'll have enough interest to at least start small with the 4th and 5th grade and then be able to expand from there. But I think the need is great enough that, and the community has showed interest that they're looking for something now, that they're unhappy with the traditional public schools in the 4th and 5th grade and K through 3 as well. But I think I'm confident that we'll have.
Am I correct in assuming, and maybe it's in here, and once again, I'm sorry, I didn't get the chance to review this as much as I would have liked to, but I saw the data you provided that showed the level in which you're receiving students in 6th grade is significantly below, they're significantly below grade level. Like many students are, I think it was like over 70% in each area was under grade level. And so I assumed that that's why you're doing 4th and 5th is to get them, start that the remediation work, like, and then get them to where by sixth grade, ideally, right? With the level of growth you're making that already in just your first year, that'd be great if like by sixth grade, now you have kids who are already at grade level, or nearing it. Was that a correct assumption?
yes.
Okay. All right, talk to me about adding the little babies.
Yes, Chair Brower, Vice Chair Burt, and Commissioners, thanks again for having us here. The starting with 4-5 will allow us to provide flexibility even for entering sixth grade students who might need to spend a little bit more time with fifth grade standards as they're filling those gaps and accessing grade level curriculum as well. We also know that there are specific facility modifications that will need to be made for our littlest ones, for our kinder students. So this gives us a longer runway to ensure that the physical facility of the plan is ready for those kiddos. Plus, we also thought starting with 5 and 6 and 7-year-olds and then having kids going up into 10th grade, that it does become a little bit more of like, cross, I don't want to say cross contamination, but you know what I mean? Crossing issue. So starting with 4th and 5th grade, they also changed courses every quarter. So that would be aligned from the 4th through the 7th grade and provide some whole school excitement around those transitions. And then we do believe that the following year with those facility changes and additional marketing within the community, we'd be ready to start with, hopefully K3 that following year, again, like a slower start, but it'll be largely dictated by community interest and need.
And I imagine with not having the playground in the first year, the kinders would be much more upset about it than 4th and 5th
Yeah.
grade. You can throw some balls out
But we
and they
already
can
have
figure
great
it out.
ideas for, we have lots of ideas for younger child specific recess materials that can be portable. So that can even close the gap before there are like those physical playgrounds, so that it is still a really engaging and offers a lot of choice for those students, even in their recess times.
Okay. And then, I just had the other thing up and now I forgot because I talked about playgrounds. I know in your other models, the administration grows as well. So right now there's one principal, like one executive director. Is the idea would be to split the administration into elementary and then 6 to 12 as well? Okay.
Not in the first year with just adding a few classrooms, but
Okay.
yes, eventually there would be an elementary and a middle school principal,
Okay.
or high school, excuse me.
Okay. I think I actually appreciate the level of detail that was provided in the application and that it was addressed, like all the thing. I feel like every single point that we requested on that was addressed in this. And it makes me happy to hear that, because I don't know I don't know traffic stuff and like the streets. I have been down to Las Cruces. I know Telshore. I mean, I think most people know that. And like, I know that means that if I know it, that is a big street, right? But that's like all I know. So to hear that it's like flowing and then once again, as an Explore Academy mom, I get the traffic emails all the time about how concerned they are with like how traffic's flowing and how it's like very attention to detail they are with the traffic flow pattern. So I'm not totally surprised that you guys are figuring it out, but I know that's just a difficult. I mean, it's hard for traditional schools. Every school I don't know if I've met a school. I mean, I've been to schools that are out in the middle of nowhere and they still have traffic issues. I mean, and it's not because even the other like it's just the parents, right? Like it's the families. They're the problem.
It's the crazy parent drivers.
Yes, I mean, it really is genuinely. But so no, I appreciate it. I feel even more confident with this approval than I was the last one. And I don't feel nearly as conflicted as I was last time. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Commissioner Beck, then Commissioner Gibson.
Hi. First, I want to say what a great job you did presenting. Really organized, pretty amazing. I don't know how fair it was to bring the kids in first, but I thought it was really, you've obviously put a tremendous amount of thought and detail into this. And I will tell you, as a teacher of International Baccalaureate in the diploma program at Sandia High School, with no middle years program, the learning curve to get them up to speed was I had the 11th graders, which is the first grade, and it was brutal. So I love your idea of having the same kind of structure in 4th and 5th, so that when they get to 6th, they already are accustomed to what that program is when they get there. So I think that's great. My question is, first question, I guess, is 4th grade, you have 2 teachers. Does one teacher teach STEM and the other teacher teach humanities? So it's separate. So you don't have 2 4th grade teachers. You have one that specializes in STEM and one that specializes in humanities. And then the other question I had is, you had the 2 seminars plus electives, correct? In each one of those. And the seminars, how does that, just real quickly, how does that work?
So seminars for 4th and 5th grade are those STEM and humanities flavors. So those are the 2 seminars. They'll spend half of a day with their STEM teacher and half with humanities. So even with having one teacher in the first year, they will be able to have 2 different flavors, one in the morning, one in the afternoon. So kiddos still have choice.
So when you showed that on the board, what was the first one? The first one?
Art within
Art.
STEM.
So
Yes.
art would have been STEM.
And the other one was STEM as well.
STEM as well. So they had the choice of those 2.
Correct.
And then they'd have a separate one for humanities.
Separate 2 choices for humanities.
That's great.
And then as it works with electives, once the students are in that 4th, 5th grade upper elementary band, they actually select their elective every quarter and attend every single day. So in the elementary model, we envision our youngest students getting a more traditional like rotation of electives and getting that exposure to PE, art, music, all the good things every single day throughout the course of the week. Our older students, they may say, you know what, I really want to go to art every single day. I want to be in the STEAM lab every day. I want to do PE. I have a lot of energy and I need to get it out. So we give them that choice. And then at the next quarter, they may say, I want to do PE again, or they might say, hey, I want to slow it down and do art this quarter. But they get to build that stronger relationship with the elective
That's
teacher,
great.
and it intros them as they move into middle school and start seeing those folks every day. They're used
Right.
to that.
That's great. That's great. It's a great, from the IB perspective, it's pretty cool. So thank you. Thanks for coming all the way up from Cruces.
Yeah. Commissioner Gibson, then Secretary Armijo.
Thanks. I just wanted to offer some supporting for the grade 4-5 roll-up. Cruces is probably a little different than many of the other communities. And in fact, there was a parent that was on from the Metro Verde development. There's 7,000 homes going in out there. So that there's a lot of folks coming in with kids that aren't even in a school yet. So that I think that helps support. It's not just taking out necessarily, because that is hard. You know, a lot of kids don't want to leave, but there's so much transition of folks coming into the community that I think that's makes it less also, any concern by the school district, because they're right, in the Metro Verde area, they haven't developed the schools yet to accommodate all those, all the houses that are, it's like a whole nother community, so thanks.
Secretary Armijo.
Thank you. Kind of to build on that somewhat, I think, I'm wondering about, I didn't see, and maybe it's because, like I said, I didn't have the great opportunity to look through everything, but the demographics of the students that y'all are serving. I want to know about socioeconomic level, English language learners. We heard a little bit about that, but could you speak a little bit more about who you're serving and how you're getting them and that stuff? Thank you.
Sure. So we provide marketing equitably. So we want to make sure that we're reaching all families that we can in Cruces. We currently have 175 students. And of those, they're, like I had mentioned earlier, we have the 30 English language learners. And I believe our special education population is, oh gosh, I can't think off the top of my head. I want to say 30. I'm looking at Cassidy to see if she can nod or not. 32, thank you. And for our
32 students.
32 students, sorry. We have 34 Hispanic, 125 Caucasian, 7 African-American, and 3 Asian. So that's currently our demographic. But as stated earlier, I would love to increase our Hispanic population and be able to provide them with the opportunities.
That's what I was just gonna
Yeah.
say was that, I think, really getting out there. I mean, where you're located, is, I think that really needs to be highlighted and drawn into, because of the different model, and those students sometimes don't have those sorts of options. And, I think that would be the place to start, and other minorities as well. So, yeah,
Yes,
thank
yes,
you.
I agree. Thank you, Commissioner. We also have 50% of our socioeconomically disadvantaged. So we have 50% of our population is free and reduced lunch. And I agree, having the transportation is huge, and being able to provide the transportation to the families that are economically disadvantaged, and when transportation is a struggle. So I think we'll be able to recruit more and more diversity.
Thank you. All right. For item number 7, I would entertain a motion from one of our commissioners. Vice Chair Burt.
All right, for item number 7, I move that the Public Education Commission authorize.
No, approve the amendment. Should be approve the amendment. I didn't even see sample. Do we have sample?
Yeah, 1 second, actually.
Should be approve the amendment.
Yeah.
It should be approved.
Right.
Shouldn't it be approved the amendment request?
Okay, I move that the Public Education Commission approve the grade level change amendment request form for Explore Academy Las Cruces.
Second, Taylor.
Thank you, Commissioner Taylor. All right, we move into discussion on the motion. Seeing none, let's go ahead
Just
and,
really quickly.
oh, go ahead,
I
Commissioner.
just want to thank all the kids. I know you rounded them up. You did a pretty good job of rounding up a bunch of people this morning. We really want to thank all the kids for showing up for their school and being willing to speak.
Thank you, Commissioner Creo. Secretary Armijo, if you could go ahead and take a roll call.
That's unethical.
Extra credit.
All righty, we're gonna take a vote. Commissioner Gibson,
Yes.
Commissioner Manus,
Yes.
Commissioner Beck,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Very supportive, yes.
Commissioner Carrillo,
Yes.
Chair Brower,
Yes.
Vice Chair Burt,
Yes.
Secretary Armijo votes yes, Commissioner Ingham,
Yes.
and Commissioner Klasha-Shilich. I think she's trying to find her. I mean, Commissioner Klasha-Shilich? You can do a thumbs up if you can't unmute.
I don't think she's hearing you. It
Miss-
doesn't look like she's.
All right.
It doesn't look like she realizes you're talking to her.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Okay.
Sharon, can you hear us right now? We were asking for your vote. Doesn't seem like,
Let's have the sound down on her.
yeah.
Okay, well, that passes 9-0.
She's just in traffic over there. Wait.
Commissioner Klasha-Shilich, your vote on this? On the Explore Academy to add grade levels to Explore Academy Las Cruces? Do you vote yes or no?
Yeah. Okay, I think we should go ahead and call the vote.
All righty, that passes 9-0. Thank you.
Great, thank you. We'll move on
Angie,
to-
wait. Oh,
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Hello.
We were asking for your vote for item number 7 in the motion. Can you hear us?
Unmute either.
Okay. Maybe Sharon, if maybe just give her a call and see like there's something going on there and see if she can change it on her end. All right, so 9-0, great. And I believe, but I want to make sure that I'm giving due diligence on this. I believe we discussed item 8 also to the length that we needed to. If the commission is ready to make a motion on that, I will entertain that. Commissioner Gibson.
I move that the Public Education Commission approve the amendment request. Oops, I'm on the wrong one. For Explorer Academy Las Cruces to increase its enrollment cap from 700 to 1,200 starting in FY23.
Second.
Great, thank you. Let's move into a discussion of the motion. Seeing none, let's go ahead into a roll call vote.
Commissioner Manus,
Yes.
Commissioner Beck,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Carrillo,
Yes.
Chair Brower,
Yes.
Vice Chair Burt,
Yes.
Secretary Armijo votes yes. Commissioner Ingham,
Yes.
Commissioner Klasha-Shilich,
Yes.
Commissioner Gibson.
Yes.
That passes 10-0.
Great, thank you. Thank you, team. Congratulations. Best wishes for what's in store, for sure. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. Wait till we actually get the cameras working. Look, did you see the cameras around? Like, that's what they'll be running off of.
Just like the
Safe travels back home as well.
your community, your city council.
Great, let's move into item number 9, please. Discussion and possible action on amendment request to increase the enrollment cap of middle college high school. Lucy, if there's somebody from the school, Dr. Hunter or somebody else from the school, we can let them in. And then Director Chavez, you'll go first, and then we'll have the school also share.
Chair Brower, can we take a 2-minute break?
I would rather go through this item first, and then we'll take a break.
Okay, so Team Gallup Middle College, please let us know if you're in the audience and need to be promoted.
This is Dr. Hunter. I am present.
Thank you. All right. So commissioners, this is item number 9. The CSD analysis is 9A. The materials provided by the school is 9B. This is a much simpler amendment request. Gallup Middle College is requesting to increase their student population, their enrollment cap from 140 to 150 students. 10 additional students is not huge, but could have a few impacts on staffing, the facilities, the school and the community. The school currently maintains an ongoing wait list and is seeking to expand its capacity to serve the students for the grades in which it is already authorized to serve. In terms of academic success data during the 21-22 school year, the school earned a meet standards and exceed standards ratings for its 2 mission-specific goals respectively. In terms of the enrollment, the school is at 97% of its enrollment cap. There is not a variance in their projected and their enrollment that is very significant. And the school has organizational success evidenced by meeting standards for 21-22. We recommend that the PEC approve the school for the requested amendment at this time.
Thank you, Director Chavez. Dr. Hunter, it's good to see you. Good to have you here with us. You have the floor.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Chairman Brower, esteemed members of the board. Thank you for the consideration of this. The reason we want to do it is because we've been trying to get our cohorts relatively balanced. And so we're graduating only 26 students this year. It's one of our smallest graduating classes. What that means is there's only 26 openings for incoming students. And so we don't want to have another grade matriculating in a cohort of 9th graders. It's going to be small. If we can adjust by 10 additional students, then we can get things pretty well balanced. We're oversubscribed actually in this year's sophomore and junior classes. So we really have a wait list right now. I think we have 33, we have 33 applications for those 26 openings, and this is only March. So we tend to get more of those toward the tail end of the year. I think most of you probably know we are New Mexico's oldest early college high school. We're in our 20th year. And so we're very pleased to be serving the students who we serve. Most are first generation. We are 73% Native American in our enrollment. That's up from 19% when I came here 8 years ago. So we've made great strides there. And we just really feel like this is going to give us an opportunity to really benefit the families in our community who otherwise may not have much opportunity to get a head start in college. So I stand to entertain any questions from anyone, and I appreciate your time this morning.
Thank you, Dr. Hunter. We'll open it up to the commission for discussion. Vice Chair Burt.
Thank you, Dr. Hunter. I just want to say this is, for me, it's just a no-brainer. It totally makes sense. It's an easy one. And thanks for the work that you're doing out there. The college high schools are just such a good option for students in our state. And so it makes sense. It's logical. You could fit within your building. It doesn't require any teachers. It's just a really easy win for you guys. And hopefully getting those 10 extra kids or 10 more students who are going to be better prepared for college than they would if they stayed in their traditional school. So very supportive. Thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Gibson.
So thanks, and sorry you're not here in person, Dr. Hunter. I always enjoy the conversations. So for the rest of the commission, I believe your school was the first early college high school in the state, was it not? Or am I wrong with that?
I believe it was. There may have been another one that opened up around the same time that's no longer in operation.
Okay.
I know we're the oldest continuously operating one, and this is our 20th year.
Yeah. I mean, the school has just provided success after success after success. And for other commissioners, I had a heartbreaking breakup with Gallup-McKinley School District that was profoundly difficult. It was, really uncalled for. So we were very excited to be able to bring them on board as a state charter. So, and yeah, we were talking, it's almost like if you want to add 10, just add the 10, that this is really an easy vote for me. So thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Gibson. Dr. Hunter, thank you so much for being here with us. I don't know if the commission may not know this. I was a longtime resident of Gallup for about 8 years. I think that's a long time. And when I think about that was from 2003 to 2010, around that time. And what I'm most profoundly warmed by, just into my bones, that middle college's literal face and student body has shifted dramatically in the last several years. Just shifted dramatically. Where there's 73% of the students are Native American. It was so far from that. Given the population of Gallup and the surrounding areas, I'm just really pleased to hear that, Dr. Hunter, and just great work on ensuring that we are serving all of our Native students in the best possible way under your leadership. One question I have, and apologies if it's in here. I know that you're adding 10 seats if this is approved today. What is your capacity moving forward and I know I haven't been in your new facility, or haven't seen the new facility, I don't think, since my time at the charter school division. But what is your future capacity, do you think, as you move forward in terms of enrollment?
Yeah, it's a great question. So our e-occupancy currently is only 159, but we still live on the campus of UNM Gallup. We are building a brand new facility that's going to be adjacent to the campus. And that is constructed to minimally house 200 students. So it's a gradual, grow up to that level. But that new facility probably doesn't open its doors until the fall of not the coming school year, but the one following it.
Thank you.
Chairman Brower, I'd like to say a few words.
Absolutely, Commissioner. Go ahead.
Dr. Hunter, I'm Sharon Klatsches-Shillage, and I'm the Commissioner for District 5, which you're a part of. And I want to say that I'm just very pleased, very happy with all that I've heard about your charter school. All very positive. The only negative, which to me isn't really a negative, but a concern that was presented to me was that you really needed help in location. And it sounds like that's what has been indicated. So I intend to come visit you. I intend to see what we can do in partnership in some of these areas. So I'm just very happy at what you've done. And I mean, it's very telling when the public comes and has nothing but compliments for what you've done for the school. So thank you very much.
Oh, yeah, and we look forward to your visit.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Hunter, I have another clarifying question, because one of the things when I was reading this, my first question for you was wondering why not ask just for 100, just go up to 159 students, and then your response of when the building is built, you'll have the capacity for 200 students. Just because I haven't been plugged in, where is the building now in terms of being completed?
Sure.
Okay.
So the nearly 3 acres are all fenced off. They've done some moving of earth already. They're waiting for the weather to get better so they can actually start the foundation work and everything. And so we don't see a way. The contractors might think they can get it done by the fall, but we're being safe. We're thinking it's probably gonna be the following fall.
Gotcha. Well, Dr. Hunter, one of the things we've been talking about in the background here is why just ask for 10 seats when you have this plan that you can get to 200? And is there any reason why you would be upset or concerned if we changed the increase to be 200 students today?
I wouldn't be, only that we have the e-occupancy concern at the moment, and I think we'll be operating under that concern next year as well. So the most we could bring on would be 159. Other than that, we're busting, the cap as far as the occupancy. When the new building is constructed, we can easily accommodate 200 students.
Yep. Thank you for that. And I believe it's always based on how many actual seats you have based on the safety requirements and e-occupancy, regardless of what your cap is, you can't take more students in. And so I hope this makes sense to the commissioners of what I'm asking. Especially the new commissioners, entertaining the potential to just increase the enrollment cap to 200, which would not require a school who is in Gallup to drive 3 hours to talk to us in a year about enrolling an enrollment increase that we could potentially entertain, shifting the amendment request today to a higher level to just meet the capacity that they will have later on. Commissioner Carrillo.
Thank you, and thanks for the work you're doing. I didn't really know anything about your school until this morning. Quite honestly, there's a lot of schools that are state charters, and I know that I want to come out and see Hojo at some point, but I want to come see your school as well. So impressed with what you're doing. Is there any reason why you wouldn't entertain having the increase be 19 instead of 10? So if your capacity is 159, just allowing you the opportunity to take on 9 more kids than you've planned for here, should that opportunity arise, and not having to come back to us. There's no reason we wouldn't do that. We were just looking in the short term until we got the new building to be able to balance out the cohorts. But yeah, 19 would be doable for us as well. The thing too is that we wanted to make sure that we had staffing that was adequate to cover it, and we do. I mean, if we went up 19, we could cover that internally with who we presently have on staff. So, that would be my suggestion. If the commission is amenable to that is just changing the number from 10 to 19. Because as I said, and we're allowed to do that, right? Within this? Well, because he said the capacity of this. Right, but my understanding is the capacity for this particular facility at this time is only 159. So they're going to obviously come back to us again.
We're saying they don't have to come back to us.
No, I mean, when they have the new
But
facility.
they don't have to if we
That'll
approve
just be a
200
location
today.
change.
Right.
So I'm just, yeah, you want to make it 1,000, that's totally fine. If you think if you have the kids, yeah.
You don't have to go up to your cap. You don't.
No,
have- you
I
can
understand
always
that.
be
I just
below.
didn't know what it was like, if they wanted to amend it today to 10, do we have the ability to say we want to amend your amendment and make it 19 or 200? Because my feeling is, as I said with the last school, if there are kids that can benefit from this, we want them to benefit from this. And we wouldn't want you to have to hold anybody back because we didn't foresee or project, and more of an influx. So would you be amenable to us just taking it to 200 today?
Yeah, I have a question about that. May I ask a question?
Go ahead.
I imagine, but if you don't have the occupancy for that right now, then
you just do one, then they just keep their enrollment 150. That's fine. They're below their cap then.
and they can go to the 159 or whatever. That's cool. Yes, of course you can ask a question. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I just want to make sure that if we have a cap that says something like 200, well, first of all, we wouldn't be able to do that next year. But in the event that we didn't hit that enrollment cap, would we be penalized for being slightly below? Should we find it? I mean, we can advertise. I don't think we'll have the situation, but it could happen. I just don't want to be penalized if we don't.
You wouldn't be if you were, my understanding is if you were creating a new school and you had some cap at a certain amount and you only had met a 50% projection, that would be a challenge for us. But no, there would be no penalty. Mostly it's just giving you wiggle room.
Got it. Okay.
To do a lot of wiggling.
Appreciate that.
All right.
Thank you. I'm going to have Dr. Russell come on real quick for a potential question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Just wanted to point out that increasing the enrollment cap now might negatively impact Middle College if the state is awarded a new CSP grant and the school wants to increase their enrollment cap at that time and receive federal funding for it. So we're at the end. We're at the end of the CSP grant period. There's a new call for state applications out, and this PED is looking at writing a new grant proposal. So we wouldn't want Middle College not to benefit from that if we do get that.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Russell. So I think we should not, in my opinion, I think maybe, although this has been a fruitful conversation and hopefully that warms your heart a little bit, Dr. Hunter, that we were thinking about saving you time. We don't want to take that risk, I don't think, at this time.
I have a clarifying question.
Go ahead, Commissioner
just on
Gibson.
that. So I understand not increasing the enrollment cap because it could affect his ability to apply for a CSP grant, but if he was moving into a new building, could he not also get a CSP grant for that new building, that expansion? No, you can't.
No, it's not
Okay.
about moving to a building. It's about increasing your cap.
Okay, so yeah, I think we need to back off. So, let me ask you, because because I'm not, I'm familiar with the CSP grant, but we don't always see all of the awards. So if it's a 50 student increase, what kinds of money are we looking at potentially as the loss? I think you have to mitigate that to some, I don't know what that would potentially, can anyone, is Louis around? Just to see,
answer that question.
So it was, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, and Commissioner Gibson, the current expiring CSP grant was roughly $2,000 per student. And,
Okay, so
and
that's
I,
substantial.
yeah, it
Yeah.
is. And,
Yeah,
you know,
okay.
it's going to depend
Yeah.
on the way the grant
Yeah,
is written. And I so the way the current grant was written is that the school had to have an enrollment cap increase or a grade level increase.
Gotcha.
It could be that we could write the grant in a way that just, if you're adding students, even if your cap is already, but I would have to, like, Louis would need to get into the weeds of the
Yeah,
call
no,
for
I don't want to put the school in that position of potentially losing $50,000. That's a substantial amount of money. So I would support not increasing it to the 200. I don't think it would be in the school's best interest.
Thank you, Commissioner. The best laid plans, you know, I'm glad you brought that up, Dr. Russell. Commissioner Creo?
Would
Yes,
increasing it to 159 though, to at least, would that make sense?
That's $9,000 less later.
That's 18,000.
I see how it works. Okay, got it. Okay, cool. We'll just go for what it is.
If there's no other discussion, I'll entertain a motion. Vice Chair Burt?
I move that the Public Education Commission approve the amendment request for middle, college, high school to increase its enrollment cap from 140 to 150, starting in FY '23.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Then we move into discussion of the motion. Seeing none. Bridget, I saw your hand come up, but you can't be in discussion right now with us. Let's go ahead and move into to our roll call.
Thank you. Commissioner Beck,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Carrillo,
Yes.
Chair Brower,
Yes.
Vice Chair Burt,
Yes.
Secretary Armijo votes yes. Commissioner Ingham,
Yes.
Commissioner Klaus
Yes.
Commissioner Gibson,
Yes.
and Commissioner Manus.
Yes.
That passes 10-0.
Thank you. Let's go ahead. One thing I just got, I believe, did we say FY '23 or FY '24 in that motion?
Starting in FY '23.
Okay. And that's correct, right? Yeah. Great. Thank you. All right, let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. Thank you so much. Congratulations, Dr. Hunter.
Thanks, Dr. Hunter.
And thank you so much for all your continued work.
Yeah, hug on it.
We're in FY '23 right now. Well, my picture really does. My company's in FY '23.
Yeah, we're in FY '23. Let's go back and revote when we come back. Yeah. Okay. Can we just go back and do a revote then? We're gonna come back into session. It feels so good. It feels just read it, Commissioner Gibson. You'll really appreciate it. It's a new gift from one of my friends upstairs. Yeah. Welcome back, commissioners and the public. We are going to take two quick actions to clarify item agenda 8 and item agenda 9. In our motions, 7 did not have a date.
Okay.
We learned that items 8 and item 9, the last two amendment requests, we used FY '23 in our motion versus FY '24. And so we're just going to go back and redo those two motions, because we are in FY '23 right now. And so these would not go into effect until FY '24. And so, yeah. So we will, Director Chavez.
Thank you, Chair Brower. And also, this is the last month that the PEC entertains amendments that affect the next fiscal year, because now schools and the PED are in budget planning season. And I've provided an update to PED about the charter schools and what their cap is. So they're basing some of the decisions they make around federal funds and other sources of income for schools based on this data. So now this seals it for next school year.
Great, thank you. All right, so we're going to go back to item number 8 and we'll entertain a motion.
Okay.
Commissioner Gibson.
I move that the Public Education Commission approve the amendment request for Explorer Academy Las Cruces to increase its enrollment cap from 700 to 1,200 starting in FY '24.
Thank you, Commissioner Creo seconds. Any discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and take a roll call vote.
Commissioner Gibson,
Yes.
Commissioner Manus,
Yes.
Commissioner Beck,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor. Oh, I'm sorry. Taylor had to leave for a little bit. He sent me a text. Commissioner Carrillo. Chair Brower,
Yes.
Vice Chair Burt,
Yes.
Secretary Armijo votes yes. Commissioner Ingham,
Yes.
Commissioner Klasha-Shillage.
Yes.
That passes 9-0.
Great, thank you. We're going to move on to agenda item number 9. Vice Chair Burt.
I move that the Public Education Commission approve the amendment request for middle college high school to increase its enrollment cap from 140 to 150, starting in FY '24.
Thank you. All right, moving to discussion. Seeing none, let's go ahead and take a roll call vote.
So fast. Vice Chair Burt,
Yes.
Secretary Armijo votes yes. Commissioner Ingham,
Yes.
Commissioner Klasha-Shillage,
Yes.
Commissioner Gibson,
Yes.
Commissioner Manus,
Yes.
Commissioner Beck,
Yes.
Commissioner Carrillo,
Yep.
Chair Brower.
Yes.
That passes 9-0.
Great. Thank you. Thank you all for helping us ensure that our vote and decisions are accurate. We're going to move into item number 10, discussion and possible action on contract documents. First one up is performance framework. I'm going to have the performance framework subcommittee. One of you all kind of talk a little bit about what we've done and likely and hear if there are any actions at this stage. But Commissioner Gibson.
Yeah, well, and thanks. So based on the discussion that occurred yesterday, we're not comfortable with moving forward at this moment in time with the performance framework because we don't have clarity as to the we don't have clarity as to the, I don't want to say categories or the accuracy of the, what are we calling them?
Performance indicator.
Indicators. Thank you. That we've that we've effectively established the appropriate criteria for the indicators because we don't have the data to support it at this moment in time. It's still going to be a little bit of a test run, even when we do approve it, because we won't know how accurate we were until we get that first year. But that's a discussion for down the line. Right now, we can't vote. Our recommendation is not voting on this at this point in time until we can run data so that we can make sure that we've effectively put the correct indicators in. So at this moment in time, our recommendation is that there be a contract executed through an REC, because that's going to be the quickest, so that we can run the data, have the data run for us, and that we receive that back no later than June. And that's late. That's late, but this is March. So no later than June, preferably May, but no later than June, so that we can make a vote in July on the performance framework. So that's where we sit at this moment in time. And I guess I'll see you all on Zoom.
Great. Thank you. Any other discussion points from the commission at large? Any questions? All right, let's move into part B, which is the contract. Julia?
I suggest that that you let the commission know when we can do a special meeting to approve that contract. We do want to approve the contract for contract negotiations starting in April. I think something like an April 6th date for a special meeting would likely work. But I think that you could just let the commission know. I've shared the red line document that Patty Matthews and I are working through with the subcommittee, and we'll get it to the full commission when it's finalized.
So yeah, so we'll likely be having a special session or special meeting to review and take action on the contract.
Can we just have a date on that potential special, or did I
April
miss?
6th, I
April
think.
6th.
That assumes we get that done in time to get it to the full commission. And we still have, I think the contract negotiations are not until the 19th. So there's a little bit more time after that. But it's also Easter week. And so I'd like to think there'll be some possible vacations in there.
Commissioner Creo?
There's, as long as there's no danger of that meeting going later, that's also Passover, the 5th and the 6th. So that
Yeah,
second night, it'll be in the morning probably.
Yeah, and we can determine the date that if it's not in alignment with some commissioners, we can figure
Well, I
that
mean,
out.
no,
for
I
sure.
don't know very many Jews that go to services on for Passover. It's more in the home in the
Sure.
evening.
Sure, absolutely. Director Chavez.
So just clarifying, this would be a Zoom only meeting?
Yes.
Thank you. And so the commission knows I will be on school site visits in Las Cruces on the 6th.
Great.
We could do it together at a bite of Belgium.
Let's move on to C, under 10, draft rule to move forward on rulemaking and process to approve the rule. Ms. Barnes?
Thank you. There is a document 10B in the draft folder. Not in the draft folder, in the meeting materials for today. And it is the rule that I'd like to walk you through. I think this portion is ready to, this is a draft rule that would be ready to have you vote on today, but let me tell you what we've done. I took the document from yesterday because the discussion items were wordsmithed as we went along. And then yesterday afternoon, we received a pretty extensive red line from PED, part of which was discussed during the meeting. I think Director Chavez raised issues that were also in a red line we received. There was a second group of changes that were the technical ones, like to not that you have to do in order to make your rule be accepted by the state registry, like taking the number 10 and writing the word 10. I had also received comments from the state registry on technical things about like how to cite the statute, how to cite the rule, made all of those changes. And then there were wordsmithing changes throughout that I was able to accept a lot of them. There's a third category, which I can go over with you if you want to, of suggested changes from the PED that I did not accept, that I considered to be substantive. And I'm happy to walk you through those and see if you would like to accept them. There was an email, I don't know how many people just got it, and I'll show you where I've made the change. They sent a legal case that I think I've fixed. Because, yes.
So when I opened up 10B, it's not a red line, is that correct?
Correct. It's a
Okay, so
clean-
is 10C the same document but redlined?
No, 10C is the red line we got yesterday.
Okay, so 10C is the exact, well, it does have
No.
comments on it as
Yeah,
well.
so we I left here at 6:15.
I know.
And so at 6:30, I went back to my office, took their red line, accepted what I could and put them into this draft.
Okay.
I highlighted those in green, even though I accepted them. So that if you want, and I'm happy to walk through that document. And then if it's red, I put a comment, either I didn't accept it as substance or I indicated that we discussed it during the meeting.
Okay.
Because there were quite a few of those that were discussed during the meeting. So I didn't do because it was discussed in the red line, all of those resolutions were done potentially in a different way. So the red line would have been really hard to do.
Okay, thanks. I was trying to figure out what I was looking
Yeah.
at. as far as the
So
differences.
I want to walk you through 10B. And just highlight some of the things. They have, one of the changes we accept was the objective, which I think is consistent with the agreement we have with them, that they are promulgating a rule adopted by the commission for its procedures, protocols, and relations to state charter schools. So I actually think that sentence articulates the agreement that we have. So, I'm trying to see if there was anything that I want to mention. I think the definitions, there was nothing of substance that was changed. There's been some tightening up of things, fixing typos.
So I do think it would be helpful for me. I don't know about the rest of you, but I know like the PED wanted to delete some of the definitions or like did have like some.
Well, let me
comments on
open that document.
Okay.
I'll walk you
I
through
think
it.
that's probably the easier one to go through, Julia, because
First,
I do
okay,
want to
that's
see
fine.
theirs and then why because I'm also, I don't know, are PED attorneys here or Greg or anyone to go through this? So that's, yeah, it feels like they should be. Honestly, I feel like they should have been here every time we've discussed the rule, but I don't know, like for me, it's confusing. Like when I look through, it's confusing why they even wanted that. So the why behind it would have been nice from them, because I can see yours, Julia, but like why they delete, like why would they delete that definition? Like it didn't make sense to me why some of the things that
and
they
I
said.
think I understand some of that.
Okay. So yeah, can we go through that one instead?
Dr. Chavez, I saw your hand.
Yeah, I just want to say, this is why after last month's meeting, I really wanted for Ms. Barnes to meet with our OGC and she kind of scheduled those sessions, which were a larger group. And I think that some of the things came up then and maybe didn't get to an edited form. I just want to say, I think that PED really does want to work with the commission, and I hope that there can be further discussions with the OGC to clarify and reach an agreement on some of these things. Thanks.
And I just want to share, I don't think the question, Director Chavez, is whether or not the PED and PEC want to collaborate. I think it's understood that both parties want to collaborate on this. But we also want to move forward and have a rule that's effective, and we're doing that in a way that's timely for both parties, for sure. Julia, go ahead.
Some of these changes are very technical, and they're cleanup, and we had asked them for the cleanup. And in addition, I had gotten very specific direction from the state registry. So today I went through and did all those. 6.2, I accepted their change. It was very technical. I'm just going to kind of switch back and forth. They used the word that I changed it to adopted. They had used a different word, but you are adopting it. You are ruling on it, and so you are voting on it. And so I wanted that clear, but it was a word change. Otherwise, I accepted their change. The statutory authority, that is fine. I had accepted that. Actually, the information I got from the state registry about how you technically list the statutory authority was more specific, and I believe because it comes from the state registry is more technically correct. So I followed that protocol all the way through, very technical. You capitalize S for section, you say section after each one. You put the NMSA 1978 at the end. You don't say as amended by, so it's super, super technical. On 6.2.9.6. Again, I use the word adopted, not established, because you don't establish things, you adopt things. Let's see, they wanted a definition under the,
So you're going to change established to adopted is what,
yes.
okay. Because adopted wasn't there yet. That's why I just got it.
So on 10B, the clean document, it has the word adopted. They had suggested deleting a definition, meaning acceptance of an annual report. They suggested deleting that because they also deleted a later section, and therefore the word wasn't used, that phrase wasn't used anymore. In the conversations yesterday, we did not delete that section, so I did not delete the definition. The annual report notices. I have actually indicated in the definition of annual report notice that you can issue more than one. So for example, and I'm not saying that you're going to do it. I want you to be able to do it, a notice of satisfactory performance and a notice of, an unsatisfactory performance on a specific item. So you may be able to say to a school, you're doing a good job, and there's a couple of technical things that you need to fix. We may end up doing that in a letter, but I just put "and combination of." Let's see. Then I wasn't quite sure why they struck sometimes that they were gonna, where things were in law. So for example, on the corrective action plan, corrective action plan is referenced in the statute. It is a thing that you are supposed to utilize as a tool. And we identified where it was in the statute. They wanted to strike it. I don't want you to strike it. It actually kind of references something that's kind of buried a little bit in the state law. And so we wanted to highlight it because it's a required tool. So I didn't accept that. Request an amendment. That was a good change. We accepted that. The next, a lot of the things on corrective action plans were discussed at the meeting. So a lot of the things that they raised there were addressed somehow in the document already. So that's, I think, already done. Division and the definition of division is a very good technical change. There's another thing that CSD is required by statute to do, which is to review and approve state school budget matters. Good change. I accepted it. Let's see. The one thing that I changed, not there. And lots of this super technical. The statute uses the phrase state chartered charter school. It is not a defined term. That's in Patty Matthews and my discussion, that's a really long, cumbersome term. It's not defined in law, although it's used in law, but it's not a defined term. So we've defined it. We've defined it as state charter school. So we use that phrase. So I didn't accept that change, but I did go back to the law and confirm that the law did not define it. Let's see, there were minor changes that were good ones on technical stuff on good standing and financial reports. So I accepted all of those. They wanted us to delete on P for head administrator, a statutory site for head administrator. Head administrator is defined in the other charter school regulation, and it uses that statutory reference. So I kept the statutory reference because that would make the two definitions consistent with each other. And actually, that is another place where it's hard to find out what a head administrator does because it takes you to another section of the law. So we kept the reference to the law. Under performance framework, again, all through here, I have fixed according to the state records, state registry, how you technically do that. So in performance frameworks, you capitalize the S in section, you put New Mexico Administrative Code, NMAC, fixed all of that. I think you guys had fixed yesterday a good technical thing in the definition that it should be academic, organizational, and performance frameworks. And then there was a comment that somehow requiring citing that you're requiring elements is required by law somehow is limiting. I think you have to follow the law. So let me see if so for example, in that one, I kept it because you do have to have all of the elements required in law. Sorry, let me get back to where I was. Most of the technical language was good and easy to take, but for example, and this we're really in the weeds, so I appreciate you being in the weeds. The language that was proposed said something like, it says an annual report document subsequent to that of the phase one, as if it's a different document, but it's not a different document. You're taking a document from draft and you're finalizing it. So I just changed that language a little bit. That indicates that it's created from the phase one report. So I think that it's more in line with exactly what we're meaning, rather than that comment, but I consider that the comment was worthy to look at, so I looked at it. But I tried to keep the changes very consistent with what we have been discussing. But if they raised something and said that we should look at it, I did try to look at it. The ones in green I thought were good comments and I accepted. We had a long discussion yesterday on procedure and procedures, AA. So I just indicated that those were discussed at the meeting because you had already worked all the way through that. And I think that we dealt with a lot of all the comments in there. State charter school, I've already identified that I didn't call it a state charter school. There's already a lot of words. Uncorrected, unsatisfactory performance, I have indicated again, it has to be in two or more consecutive final reports because you get a uncorrected performance and it's not corrected till the next year. So it will have been in something for 2 years. So the change was trying to clarify, but it was clarified in a way that I didn't think was accurate. So I did clarify it in a way that I thought was accurate, as reflected in 2 or more consecutive final annual reports. And I do think that you're not ping-ponging around. So something's not unsatisfactory performance in year 1, okay in year 2, and unsatisfactory in the year 3. That's not uncorrected because it has been corrected. There was a technical change to unsatisfactory performance. I made that. On A to 6.2.9.8A, we're trying to say there that you've got procedures on making forms, but that can't change these processes that you are doing on high stakes decisions. So I didn't accept it exactly, but I largely accepted the comment. Section C and D were discussed in detail. And so that's already in there, but it's not exactly like this document was pre that discussion. Let's see, they proposed striking the fact that the division had to follow the rules. I think the division has to follow the rules. So I think all the parties are following the rules. So I didn't accept that change. Let me see where that is. I want to flag that one for you. It is. That is in 6.2.9.8 in support of the making high stakes decisions. And it says that these will be used by the commission and the division, and they wanted to strike and the division. But I think the division is going to be following these consistent with their authority under the act. That appeared to me to be looking to change the purpose that this is affecting all state charter schools, the commission and the division. See, another one was discussed at the meeting. A lot of these next sections were discussed at the meeting. So on the procedure review, I think I wasn't here the whole time, but you guys went through that in detail. So I started with the document from yesterday. I was another technical comment in 6.2.9.9B that I accepted. 6.2.910. Yeah, I'm sorry.
If we go back to 6.2.98 and that letter D, did we not change the dates yesterday so that the new application, we changed that date yesterday so that the new application would not, any changes in that would not be effective for that application cycle. It would be the following. Did we not? It's
it's the
that letter
September
D,
and
that
January.
last, it says
Yeah,
by
it's
December 31st and implemented beginning January.
it's
1.
removed in the new version.
Oh, okay.
So
okay, gotcha.
if you look at 10.10.B, that D is just gone.
Okay.
So it follows all the rest of them.
Gotcha. Thanks.
That if you look at open up 10.B. And what that reads is that we can look at B if you want, make sure it's right.
It is right. So what we did is we eliminated the allowance or the exception for those documents.
It's no longer in
So
here.
yeah, so
That's
there's no
correct.
exception for those documents now, that they just fall in line with everything else.
And I'm happy to walk through the clean one in a minute. Let's see, out of cycle procedures. So they had on 6.2.9.10. We had identified that you guys could make you could make out of cycle procedures if there was an exceptional or emergency circumstance. They suggested taking out the word emergency, which is fine. And then that word emergency in the red line is still there under E. The case law they sent us, it says that only the PED can make an emergency declaration. I don't think you're making an emergency declaration, but I didn't mind changing the word emergency to exceptional.
And the only thing, and I get that overall, but we have had to call an emergency meeting of the commission, not a special, but an because there's there's a timing difference. So an emergency, you can call it quicker. We have had to call an emergency meeting of the commission for a revocation.
Yeah, this isn't in.
So I don't know
This
if that's.
doesn't, this is an exceptional circumstance for changing your rules
Oh,
more
it's a rule.
quickly.
Gotcha,
I mean, not
okay.
your rules, your processes more quickly. So this would be an exceptional reason, could be an emergency reason. So I didn't mind not using that word. Actually, I think that word technically came from the genesis of this concept is from the Supreme Court. On 6.2.910 B, we had indicated that one of the reasons that you might consider an exceptional circumstance was because of new case law or an attorney general's opinion. They wanted you to strike an attorney general's opinion. I think that's substantive and I didn't change that. You already have indicated in your.
Can we get it? Can you explain why that was? Why would the PED not want us? Why would they have an opinion on that for us?
Why would they not want us?
Follow the
Why would they not
attorney
want us to
general?
follow the attorney general's guideline? And that's.
Commissioners, as I understand it, that wasn't an official attorney general's opinion. That was a staff person within who sent.
Which is
a
an official
letter.
attorney general's
Okay,
opinion.
but outside of that,
So-
we're
so-
not talking about that specific thing. We're talking about in general. If an attorney general opinion comes out and it affects the commission or state charter schools, that we could.
Yeah, I'm not
Make
the
that
right
effective.
person to talk to about the technical edits. This is why I think that.
This is why
There
the
needs
PED
to
should be
be-
here working with us to do this right now.
Well, or we
That's-
could have had another meeting, as I suggested,
They-
after.
They could be
after-
here right now having the discussion, like someone who did this could be here right at this moment doing this with us, so we don't have to have another meeting. And I don't have to request time off of work and continue having meetings outside of our meetings. I mean, we're doing this right now. They could be doing it with us right now. So or this could have been brought up during any of the 20 plus hours that we did talk about this. So I don't want to, that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking why they did this. And so I don't know, like, it's frustrating if this is something that they're gonna be like, well, we're not gonna post it because you left this in.
Well, we've gotten clarification from Director Chavez that there's nothing that was a requirement that they were making. And in order for this rule to move forward, this PEC needs to vote on a proposed rule today. We have an agreed upon process that so I approached it last night as, can I accept this? Will I recommend to you all that you accept it? My recommendation on that is no. A lot of these are yes, though. A lot of them are yes, and I thought they were fine.
Yeah, Julie, I think that's right. And I think we should hear the sum of all these changes. And then if there are things that we feel like we're not able to get to a yes on taking an action, then we can kind of bring those back up. And so like keep note of things that are that we can continue to discuss. But I also just encourage us to kind of move forward and hear where the other areas of sameness and maybe where there's some dissimilars or disagreements that we need to lift up for sure.
And everything in orange was either fixed yesterday in discussion or not accepted. So if I put fixed in discussion, it was fixed in discussion. I believe you got through all the issues yesterday. In the next sections, on the record of school performance, they were small, good changes. Several shalls to will. If I could accept the shall to will, I did. So anything that's in green, I accepted what they did. The annual site visit, I I think that we discussed the annual site visit and have discussed the annual site visit in great detail. So things have been changed or they've been discussed previously, so I didn't accept any of those. There were a couple of suggestions. Let me just go to 12. I don't think that any of these changes were made, and I think that they've been discussed numerous times. More clarifications. Some of them, a couple in this section is that rather than it being the school and the division kind of coming up in an agreement about, for example, to change them, there's a proposal that the division could just change it and put it in writing to the state charter school. I think that was discussed numerous times. You could discuss it again, but right now those two entities would have to agree on timing changes. Primarily because it felt like the timing changes were kind of a hot topic. There were several good ones that were in green that I accepted all the way through. On 6.2.912 C, I just was gonna C and then little c, 1C. Let me go there. I don't think it's anything large. Within 30 days of the meeting, the division will upload a phase 1 annual report based on the annual site visit findings to a data platform available to the charter school to review at any time. And they shall provide the missing information or correct the information to the division within the time frame agreed by the two. I think that's another one where the proposal was that the division would just determine the time. You could go back and see if you wanted to make any of those changes. Let's see. I think we fixed yesterday when the school responses would be. I think that was a discussion through the conversation that the division can do give its intended recommendation and that they will get better data. So I think you resolved that yesterday. I think you fixed most of the timing issues. So a lot of these were discussed. Many of them all the way down through 6.2.912. I could either accept exactly what they said or made a slightly different change. Almost all of them were kind of wordsmithing kind of things. I didn't know and didn't see, I think I was gone for part of it. The division has raised several times that they wanted to be able to give input on the time frame for correcting uncorrected performance. I think that Vice Chair Burtis said a couple times that that's an unusual situation, but I think the division really wanted to be able to give input on that. So I didn't put it in the section where it was requested, but I did when they recommended a performance, an unsatisfactory performance, that they would also give you a recommendation regarding the time frame for completing the corrective action. So that will be part of their recommendation, so it can be part of the discussion. And so I have put that idea in here. I didn't see it yesterday. Okay, so I put that one in. I put that concept in. I just put it in a different spot so that they can be the first one to say, I think this should be in a typical cycle, or I think it should be in 30 days in here, so that their opinion is the first that you see. On the intervention ladder, the 10 days, that's actually when we get the letter out. We have to get the letter out 10 days before the meeting when it's scheduled, so it doesn't require a special meeting. It does require that the chair get out a timely letter. I accepted a lot of grammar changes throughout. You all made changes to the good standing and what that kind of what that impact would be. So I think you discussed that yesterday and made those changes. Those are the comments that I did not accept. If you want me to start and kind of walk you through the rule. At the top of the rule, again, I think that it is the Public Education Department that is promulgating the rule, but they are doing it. They are promulgating a rule that you have adopted in point 6. I kept acceptance of annual reports because we kept the section that we're using. Lucy, if you can go to the other document 10B, or I can share my screen. If that's easier. I'm not on Zoom though. Sorry. Thank you. So if you go to 9.7 annual report notice. C. This is where I put our combination thereof annual report notice. So it's a little bit higher. Right there, or combination thereof. So that gives you as many options as you want. It doesn't require that you do that. Corrective action plan from an earlier, this is largely what it was yesterday. However, this has kind of been reworked to be a little bit clearer from earlier versions. I don't have many other comments on the definitions. We've made a lot of technical tightening changes to them. Unsatisfactory performance now reads anything that isn't exceeds or meets, so that we can make different documents work. That's what you want, is anything that's not in those two categories, and you call them different things in different documents. So I think that is kind of said in a negative way, but it's said correctly. You spent a lot of time yesterday on the timing for charter school procedure for the procedure rulemaking. All of those changes are here. And we moved, the two sections were confusing, I thought, yesterday, and I thought the changes yesterday were good to take everything on the procedure down to 0.9. This 9B is what I think Commissioner Gibson was just asking about. This is the September or January public meetings. All of those changes would be July 1, and there would be 2 meetings when schools can know that you are going to focus on those documents. I did want to point out that they are all effective until they are amended. So there is not a requirement to annually, where you have to look at every form every year, but you can look at anything that you want to, but they are not going to require an affirmative review. They're going to be there. There's also that provision that allows the timelines, and minor changes. If you'll recall last meeting, Dr. Russell brought timelines and technical small things. Those could happen at any time. So if the division is coming up to about to use a form and they're like, we want to make these small changes, your hands are not tied for that. And this procedure, this long, lengthy procedure is not required. Out of cycle, we went over that. That's the exceptional versus emergency. I just want an opportunity for you to see something. I'm on 6.2.10. I'm sorry, Lucy. So I think that language is now correct. I don't think you were ever looking to do emergency procedures. And that's fine to clarify that you're not trying to do that. The record of 6.2.911 on state charter performance and the record of state charter performance, that concept has been tightened, but is a very good base for this. I might have combined, I did combine two of them. There was one that said uncorrected performance and one that said corrected performance. And basically the division's going to report back on how a school did regardless. Either they corrected it or they didn't correct it and that kind of, but that's kind of technical. Annual site visit and annual reports. If I think that some of the red lines from yesterday afternoon still questioned that process. I don't know if you want to go back and look at that again. Who gets to do what between the state charter, between the state charter school and the division? All of the things that require agreement of those parties is still in here, but several of the comments that were not accepted came down to let the division have that control. Some technical changes, but I don't think much in substance there. I did just want the document to read better, that it's not document 1 and then a new document 2, that it's a progressive document, that it just moves forwards towards finalizing. The corrective action, the major change you guys discussed pretty extensively yesterday was the idea by Naomi to be able to do that informal thing. All of those changes you made yesterday are here. And I personally like that for many reasons. I think it's very collaborative with the schools. It's consistent with the school being able to get more information if it wants to. That's on page 7 at the bottom. And you all made a lot of good technical changes based on that yesterday. The intervention ladder is largely as you use it now. And then you did modify how that can be used in terms of the record of performance. I think if the school has corrected performance, they're going to be found to have corrected the performance. So, and I don't think you have an intention to go back and say in year 1, you did this. So I think it's reading correctly. The new school application, there wasn't much change there. I did add a few provisions between the renewal type hearing and the revocation type hearing so that they more closely match each other. For example, either party presenting can have an attorney. They don't have to. It'll be on the record. Everything you do is on the record, but there'll be a transcript. So I just made sure that they were a little bit more consistent. And I will point out on that this document doesn't indicate who hires counsel. It doesn't indicate who hires counsel for a school. It could be their founding, with our foundation, it could be their school, it can be anybody. And that's the same thing here, whether it's the office of attorney of the office of general counsel here at PED or our office or a third party. It's just called counsel presenting the case. So it doesn't say it, and it doesn't matter who that who that is, but here's the process that's going to be used there. And then I think I've now gone through the document 3 times, just really trying to clean up the periods and the sections and the subsections. And so hopefully there will be less of those technical comments next week, which is where I think that you wanted to be. And I'm just going to say again, nothing in red, anything in red in the other document was either discussed in detail and addressed or not accepted. So a lot of substance was changed yesterday, and you will all hear for that. A lot of wordsmithing changes were made. I took as many of them as possible, including if I couldn't accept the exact language, but I could see what I thought they were trying to say, and I wanted to modify it. I did try to go modify consistent with the language smithing. So let me talk about process, but then I want to turn it back to you, Chair Brower, because I think you should discuss if you want to add anything that I didn't add. The process that we have discussed with PED that I confirmed and did not receive anything in writing back from that, is a process where you approve a draft rule, and then the draft rule is posted for 30 days. So it matters what that draft rule is. You can't say, oh, I changed it out. You post something for 30 days. I think that, and the timing is to do that today. Authorize the executive committee to do minor non-substantive changes. I do not ever recommend that you should delegate substantive changes to the executive committee. I would prefer you got on Zoom and voted on something. So that's why I think you should talk about whether there's any substantive changes. So, however, I believe we have gotten a lot of the wordsmithing changes in here already, but that doesn't matter. There might be more. On the 31st, a notice of that is the deadline to get it to the state registry. You have to do a notice of intent to promulgate rules. It's not exactly the right topic, but it references a document that needs to be posted, which would be this one. It's posted on your website. There's a whole series of things that you have to do to give notice. PED would give that notice. They had indicated that if it's in on the 31st, it'll be published on April 11th. If it's published on April 11th, you're going to have a hearing on May 15th. The hearing on May 15th would be at a public meeting of the PEC, but would be run by the hearing officer of PED as they run hearings. But you would be there to hear any comments, hear any testimony, hear any comments. You would read all the written comments. At the end of that hearing.
Excuse me, would that hearing be here?
Yes, it typically is here.
As opposed to.
Yes.
Okay.
It'll be run the way PED runs it, but I think they have a virtual component, but yeah, so however they do it, they do it. Then on the 15th, it will need to be a special meeting again that Chair Brower has the ability to call. On the 15th, you might have hardly any changes. So you may be able to approve a finalized rule that day. You could do what we're doing right now. Let's change this and that word. And then, you will might feel comfortable following your processes of, okay, this isn't huge changes. We can do it on the 15th. Otherwise, you need to do it before the 18th in order to get it at the end. And once you submit a document to the state registry, which is published every 2 weeks, once it's published, it's a rule. So that final vote. So the process for you is approval today, attend the hearing, make the changes, and give that final rule to PED to post.
So even if there's a substantive change, we should work that out on the 15th.
Or the 17th, or
Well, then there's another meeting. It's like
that's right.
we're all-
That's right. Well,
Okay.
it depends on what it is. Let's say it's like massively substantive and you want to rework one whole section. You know, you may make a decision that that's too hard to do on the fly. This would be up to you. The thing that's interesting to me, having studied the State Rules Act, is the State Rules Act doesn't actually tell you what you do after the hearing. You cannot do the rule. You can make changes. You can, you know, if you, the one kind of limitation is you can't take a paragraph rule and turn it into a 10-page rule. You haven't given sufficient notice. But the State Rules Act is more about process than it is about the end things. So you don't have a lot of, the only end thing is once you have finalized it, you have 10 days to submit it to state registry. You can't finalize a rule and then never publish it. So, but you can never agree on, you can never do it. There's actually a whole process in there about never doing it. So, the last thing I want to say is we have, this timing fits within the negotiations. We would negotiate in April. There would be a placeholder in the contract that says if this process doesn't finish, this document is attached to the contract, but as soon as this process finishes. So if this process doesn't finish, we will have repeated having one set of people within a contract subject to a whole bunch of different things. So it's important to me that this be finalized for all schools. That is consistent with the approach we're taking on the contract negotiations. Every time we lose a date, you lose 2 weeks. And if you have 2 weeks based on 2 weeks, you know, it's going to bump out everything. And this is intended to start July 1. So I'm not interested in a bunch of bumping out. So Chair Brower, I'm going to turn it back over to you to see if you guys want to add anything substantive.
Thank you, Julia. Questions, discussion items, Vice Chair Burt.
I have a question, Julia, about, let me go to the right section. Oh my God, the renewal section. And this is J3A and B.
Oh, and I need to tell you one thing about that. They wanted you to take portions of this rule and put it into the other rule. I don't want that. I want everything in this rule. Because I don't, but they did suggest starting, I think, with renew, maybe.
Let me see on the other ones. Let me see. Let me see if it, I'm looking at multiple documents. So let me see if I can get the right one, but keep going, Julia.
They suggested new application, renewal and revocation be moved to their rule. I just, this is all yours. This is all your rules. So I didn't accept that.
Okay, so it is still renewal section, but it's on 10B, it's H3A and B. So in the PEDs red line, they really like we have it very specific as to the it may present these exact things, and it looks like they just their recommendation or what they want is that it's not as specific. There's a lot of red line in it, and theirs. Is there a reason why we have to be that? Like, can we accept that? Like, do we have to be that specific on all these things in here? Or could it be simplified to where it's like how they redlined it? Because I'm in favor of making things specific when needed. Otherwise, leaving things, I like things to be less specific if we can.
I think that would be an example of something that I believe we would need more input from other people, because that's not just between PED and PEC. That would be like, and I don't know if Patty Matthews, I think she is actually listening. I can't, I would like to know, this was negotiated in specificity to give kind of clarity around the process. I think that you don't have to.
I mean,
So,
because it's really like just talking about what can be, it's not the process as much as it is like, I mean, it goes really deep in the process. Like all these things could happen. But if I think there's two things, like maybe there's something that we happen to leave off that should be in here, but then they're limited to this specific list. I mean, I couldn't imagine the craziest scenario happening to where there's something else that came up
show me what you
this
think
renewal.
is, show me what you think is limiting. This more says,
Well, I
you
don't know.
will do this.
It's just that, so it says that well, actually, let me go back to 10B. Make sure I'm reading from the most recent one. So that they may present witness testimony, documentary evidence, and shall have the opportunity to question the representatives. So what if they want to present something other than witness testimony and documentary evidence? Like, what if there's something else that, like, because of this like this circumstance for this school at this particular renewal, they need to present something outside of that we're not thinking of right now because it hasn't happened. It would be a novel thing. And so, but now they're limited in what they can present because we wrote it in here. That's and I think that once again, I don't know what the PED, I'm just looking at it from my own perspective. I don't know why they redlined all of it and wanted it deleted. And nobody's here to help me out with that. So, it'd be great if there was if they also had like a legal explanation for removing that, like why they did that. But I mean, for me, it's more just like, do we have to be that specific there? Or could it be like, cause they left. So this is how it would read if we left it the way with their red line. So it would be, and actually, let me make sure, because I do like the way that we changed the party proposing non-renewal will have 1 hour. It still has that to present its recommendation and supporting information for renewal or non-renewal to the commission. And then all the next part is removed. And then if the division intends to present written evidence from another department, bureau, or division, it must provide a copy of that evidence to the state charter school by 5 days before the scheduled hearing. So it just takes out that may present witness, that those two sentences in the middle. It just removes that to where it's allows us to have more. I mean, to me, yeah, that's what I'm.
What if we changed it to witness testimony and evidence? Because then that evidence could be anything. It doesn't have to be documentary,
Or do we even need to? Because it just says in the first line, it says will present its and supporting evidence
for renewal.
Yeah, I mean, it already says it. So why do we need, like, the next
And we're
part?
assuming evidence includes testimony.
Right.
That's just what I'm questioning.
Right.
Because I don't want someone to say, well, no, that doesn't mean you can bring witnesses in. That just means you can provide.
So maybe instead of having all those words in between, just put supporting evidence and testimony. And then we could eliminate those two sentences and make it more concise.
Well,
Isn't testimony evidence?
Well, that's what we were saying, but maybe if we need to be more specific in that, like if it's the one word that needs to be in there, then we don't need the two sentences of it.
I watch a lot of Law and Order, and I think that testimony is evidence.
I'm just trying, like, once again, I'm trying to
wordsmith out something.
No, I hear you.
Someone said, because we've had arguments, we have at certain hearings as to whether there was a right to bring in witnesses or whether it was just going to be like Supreme Court. It's just, you just present your case on paper.
Well,
and
and
that's it.
the second sentence is more intended to bring in the entity that did the work. So if it's special ed division that there's a request to bring in that special ed department rather than have the division say, well, the special ed division said this. So that's an intent to get the most direct testimony.
That's still in there. If it's still that they left that part in, if the division intends to present, well, this is what it says in the red line. It's going to be different in yours. But that last sentence, if the party proposing present, so that part is still in there. They wanted to leave that. So that includes that other divisions and stuff. It's just those from the party proposing non-renewal may present down to if the party proposing non-renewal. Those is what is the PED took out. And once again, I'm just assuming because it may be redundant that like that first sentence is the same as the next two sentences. Like it's just that the next two sentences are just expanding the first. And so why
Vice have Chair them? Burt, I think I might have some insight on this. So this section, I think, causes a little bit of heartburn. It's the section that I highlighted in its entirety, saying I think that we need to have a lawyer to lawyer conversation, because what this does is it creates a renewal decision. I believe that's the section, correct? Renewal, non-renewal.
It's both.
Right. And we're about to do this with revocation as well. There is a more formal process that Ms. Barnes has proposed and designed to be like a hearing, because previously the hearings were the PC meetings, the decision-making meetings.
I'm going to disagree
So-
with that. Revocation hearings were never, ever, ever at a PEC meeting.
Okay.
They were
so-
a
so-
separate formal hearing.
And that was the decision for the PEC to revoke, not an appeal hearing.
Correct. Appeal hearings occur because you're appealing to the cabinet secretary. So they're not appealing to us. They're appealing to the cabinet
Okay,
secretary.
this is why I did ask Ms. Barnes for some clarification on how this would occur. But my understanding is that the way that if this is a renewal decision and a renewal hearing that is being proposed, it's being proposed in a more formal hearing way that is saying by rule that PED staff, some of whom are not staff to the PEC, might be called to give testimony and be cross-examined by somebody else's attorney in a way that I think there could be some oh gosh, what's the word? It just slipped my mind. We have staff at the PED that are under
Conflict of interest?
no, like contract, but it's not contract.
Non-exemption.
No, right, so they under a, no, like you, there's thank you, a union contract. I couldn't remember those words. So I think that we need to be careful, because say it's someone from special ed or it's someone from Safe Schools. And this is saying one thing that potentially could be in conflict. Again, this is not the area of my expertise, but I do want for the attorneys to talk it through. And the fact that this has created a more formal process, I think is one that we need to be careful with. So that's.
I guess for me, Director Chavez, and I have not watched as much Law and Order as Commissioner Carrillo has.
Neither have I.
I in my mind, I just think about if there is a hard no from any party that says you cannot bring a staff member on to the bench or onto the wherever. Is that settled in other places? Like, if you have a union, your union collective bargaining agreement does not allow you to be on the stand somewhere. Like, isn't that covered by somewhere else versus this rule? Like, and when the attorney say that, like in terms of witnesses
This
and stuff?
doesn't talk about whether they're going to come or not. This says they shall be requested. So we're going to ask. Because
Can we write may at least? I think that shall be requested is a little strong, but I do think that that's also that's the concern here, that this rule is being directive towards staff at the PED in a way that PED wouldn't put this in the rule. And PEC is requesting it. And I think there's a concern that should be more formally discussed by those that understand the union contract and the rights of PED employees.
I mean, request versus require is very different, in my opinion. And so I'm just trying to play this, what you're saying, Director Chavez, out of.
I'm just
like
trying
the-
to shed some light on what I've heard. So I can't, I'm not trying to say that I am agreeing or disagreeing with any of your logic. I am letting you know my understanding of the issue. And I, again, will say this again, I think there needs to be a discussion with somebody who can discuss this with you in a way that might provide additional insights.
Yeah, just for the record, I just want to beat this to death just a little bit more, because I don't get where like the PED's rights and privileges are impacted by determining if we say we request that this staff member comes. Where does this say that the PED is required to do that? If we request it, the PED can still say, no, you're not getting this, you're not getting X staff member to come to this thing. So I just don't see how that is in question.
Done.
Go ahead.
All right, so like,
May I speak to that directly?
well,
Okay.
I am. But I think for me, one of the things that, makes that, if that's the reasoning behind it, I'm struggling more now than I was before. I thought it was just like, because we were being redundant, but if it's that, I'm actually feel more secure that it could be in here, because it's also just saying a representative. So if there's in every single division, there is a manager that is not under the union contract. Every single division, there are people that are not under this. And so if they have to figure out who might come and talk about it, figure it out. Like, we're not prescribing anything to the PED or any division. It's just that someone would, I mean, this is like a really simple thing to me, because if we're proposing this is specifically for non-renewal, which is massive. And if it's based off of something that another division has laid out to the commission, that this is a serious issue at the school, which if it's up for non-renewal because of it, it's going to be serious. Asking that somebody from that division or bureau, anybody, to come and be able to speak on it, that's like a bare minimum. That's like the most shallow request, to be like, hey, you provided a report that like all these special ed students are not being served at this school. Could somebody from special education come to this non-renewal hearing? Anybody from that division come to the hearing, and if there's questions, would be able to ask about it. I mean, now I'm actually I was trying, so when I went through this, it felt intimidating to see all the PED comments, because it was a lot, but most of it was just like cleanup and touch-ups and really good, like just, working the things out. So I really focused on the things that were like, looked more substantive, or were like eliminating large sections. I do think still maybe the first sentence maybe not needed, because it really is like, that's already in the first sentence is there. Then the second sentence of what can be, like what's there doesn't make sense. But if the party proposing non-renewal is relying on evidence or opinions from other divisions or bureaus of the department, a representative from that division or bureau, and I don't care, it should be shall, like there should be someone, we should request someone from that division, which once again, requested means maybe they have no one that can show up, and it is what it is, to be at the hearing to answer questions by the division, the school, and the commission. I mean, to me, I would be okay with accepting the PED's recommendation of the second sentence being eliminated because maybe that's redundant. But that is not, to me, that is confrontational from the PED to us of making it seem like we're being bossy. And that is not, I don't understand why that's being interpreted that way, that we're directing the PED at things like that's frustrating. I'm actually really sick of being like told that kind of stuff because it's just nonsensical. And so that would be my proposal, is eliminate the second sentence, keep the third. And I don't care if I don't know about the shall to may. I don't know if it's that big a difference. So I would be open to that, but I'm done with that section.
Commissioner Creo, then Commissioner Gibson.
I think it stays as it is, including the second sentence. Second sentence, I don't think it's superfluous. I think it adds to the overall intent of the paragraph. The shall be requested, I think, should be shall be requested. And the problem that PED may have is the difference between requested and required. We can't require them to do anything. I mean, we can't go up to the marketing department and say, hey, will you do this for us? They don't work for us. Anything we want to do has to go through the director. So, I mean, if that's their concern, it's stupid and it doesn't hold up to reason. Shall be requested is exactly as it shall be.
Thank you, Commissioner Gibson, and then Julia.
Yeah, I mean, I'm more in agreement to just keeping as it is. If you want to change that one sentence, I'm not going to hold myself to the fire on that one because but the shall be requested has to be shall be requested. You know, these are hearings, a revocation hearing, witnesses are sworn in. So they are on the record. Every revocation hearing we've had, people who have offered testimony, they are sworn in to that. They're not here. This isn't that kind of, this is a less formal hearing. I mean, our renewal processes are called hearings to start with. And so that every person that comes up technically is a witness. I've negotiated, I don't even want to count how many union contracts. I've never seen a union contract that said you can't provide expert, objective information, you know, so that, and that's all we're asking. And that's what we ask at many meetings. So I am more concerned if the overarching concern was that bringing in the witnesses. That's really very concerning to me. I mean, let's reflect back to how many hours we spent yesterday on this, so that I'm fine with it as it sits.
Ms. Barnes.
So let me back up just a little bit to the law requires that we put in a process for revocation or any of or non-renewal because they're the same. And as a lawyer, there's not a thing in here that kind of gives me heartburn. It kind of says, yeah, this is formal and we're gonna provide the evidence kind of at the best level possible. It's not a court hearing. It's not the rules of evidence. It's, you know, more an administrative thing. I am always wanting the best record that I can get for you. And so if I can get that direct person from Palms, or I can get that direct person who, you know, is very, you know, well-versed in audits, that's going to give that best testimony on an appeal, I'm going to say, blah, 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 with 22 years of experience in, you know, reviewing state audits said the following. I mean, that's a good thing. And it's a supportive thing. And it comes back to this overall concept that we started with this rule, which is kind of this fairness, which in law is notice and an opportunity to be heard. And so this is kind of outlining in a way that doesn't feel excessive to me. I mean, to me, to have limited it to 1 hour is pretty challenging for a very difficult case. You know, you got to be you're not gonna have somebody that's up there and cross-examine for 4 hours. I mean, it's fast, so. Finally, this is the type of thing that we could clearly get comment on and that we could clearly be looking on, because it's one paragraph, it's 3A on page 10. It's not extensive, so that's the exact kind of thing that we probably will get comment on. It is something that I could see that you could certainly make changes to that wouldn't require the whole publication again, unless you threw out the hearing or something like that. I think that the lawyers for the charter schools feel like it's got to be sufficiently in the rule or they're going to want it in the contract. And I want all of this stuff in the rule. I mean, you guys are talking about 2 sentences. I think that is the level of change that can happen.
Great. Any other discussion points? Are we ready for any motions?
So can I just make a point on that? I think you're doing 2 things. The first thing you're doing is establishing by motion your intention in working cooperatively with PED on rulemaking overall. There was a conversation that I put in writing and has put in your documents twice as to kind of the specific process we're following through on this rule. And I've put that in the form of a motion because I want it clear, very clear, that you need to approve this every step of the way. And if you do approve it every step of the way, then the collaboration works really well. And I believe the reverse, which is if you do not have the authority to approve it at every step of the way, I don't see how that works. So there's a motion first on the process overall and a second motion to adopt this pursuant to that process.
Commissioner Gibson.
Okay. I move that the PEC, when entering into any rulemaking process in cooperation with the Public Education Department, be completed as follows. 1, once a proposed rule has been approved by the PEC, the chair will request that the Public Education Department start the rulemaking process by submitting a notice of proposed rulemaking and reference and post the proposed rule approved by the PEC. 2, the chair will request that the Public Education Department set a date and time for the hearing and provide direction to the public about the process to provide comment and manage the rulemaking process. 3, the chair will request that any comment received be provided to the PEC and will direct that the PEC webpage have a link to the proposed rule and comments received. 4, that the PEC will hold a meeting during the time and at the location that the Public Education Department conducts the hearing so that the PEC can hear all comments made. 5, that a PEC subcommittee and Public Education Department discuss revision and modifications to the rule based on those comments, and the subcommittee provide a recommendation to the full PEC. 6, that if the PEC determines that it will move forward to finalize the rule, the PEC will vote in a public meeting to approve a final rule. And 7, that the Secretary of the Public Education Department and the chair of the chair, it should be the chair of the commission. The chair of the commission jointly provided the finalized rule approved by the PEC to be published in the state registry.
Second.
Great. Let's move into discussion of the motion.
Let's vote.
Seeing none, let's make a roll call vote, please, Secretary Armijo.
Thank you. Commissioner Gibson,
Yes.
Commissioner Manus. Oh, sorry. Commissioner Beck,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Carrillo,
Yes.
Chair Brower,
Yes.
Vice Chair Burt,
Yes.
Secretary Armijo votes yes. Commissioner Ingham,
Yes.
and Commissioner Klauscher.
Yes.
That passes 9-0.
Great, thank you. Let's move on to item number 11, discussion of I'm sorry. This is number 11, so that's the
It's a different agenda item. It's a second agenda item.
No, it's part of 10. It should be part of 10.
Okay, this next one. Okay. So that was the process, and now we're going to take a vote on the adoption of and correct me if I'm wrong, it's the 10.B proposed rule. Is that correct? That's the one we're adopting. Great. Can I take a motion, Vice Chair Burt?
I move that the PEC approve the proposed draft rule identified as document 10B in the meeting materials folder. The chair move forward to ask the Public Education Department to start the process to promulgate the proposed rule consistent with the rulemaking process just adopted, and that the proposed final rule be considered for a vote at a later PEC meeting after public comment and hearing.
Second.
Great. All right, let's move into discussion.
Beck.
Any discussion from the commission about this motion? Seeing none, let's take a roll call vote, please.
Vice Chair Burt,
Yes.
Secretary Mijo votes yes. Commissioner Ingham,
Yes.
Commissioner Klauscher,
Yes.
Commissioner Gibson,
Yes.
Commissioner Beck,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Carrillo,
Yes.
Chair Brower.
Yes,
That passes 9-0.
thank you. All right, let's move on to item number 11, discussion and possible direction provided to the PEC contract negotiation subcommittee.
So in the past, we've followed the same process. We're just following it now, which is a group of 5 members and then 1 alternate agree to attend the negotiations. We just give an opportunity for the commission to give any direction you might have to the negotiating teams. Last time there wasn't any, but you are kind of delegating this to the subcommittees. What we want those negotiating teams to do is to come back with things that you expected. So it's just an opportunity for any commissioner that will not attend those to provide any comment now.
Great. Excellent. So let's move on to, so I'm hearing Commissioner Gibson, you want to take a lunch break? Is that what you're saying? No. But- all right. We're gonna make up some time. Item number 12, discussion and possible action on the process to identify areas of concern contained in FY22 annual reports, including action under the intervention ladder. Go ahead.
There was discussion yesterday about when you might see the FY22 annual reports, and it's March 24th. And if you get them in April, it's still really, really late. I mean, you've lapped yourself. I mean, the commission, the division is already doing the next year's annual site visit. So at some point, I don't know how you're going to take action on any of those annual reports that you get previously. And so and maybe if it really is coming soon, then maybe we do the annual review process and kind of address it then. You also can, if it gets too late, and the question is, are you too late? You can go and find out things of concern that you might take action on, or you might wait. At some point, those reports become more and more, less and less relevant. And I don't know if you want to look into them now or not. It actually ties a little bit into what I anticipate Commissioner Creo was thinking in terms of putting that on the next agenda item. So they might go kind of hand in hand. You know, we really are going to have to work through things that you see in this report that are a year late. I mean, that already happened. We already had a person in the audience who would quit a previous job, and, you know, so it's just really late. And I was really encouraged by Dr. Russell's comment that you may get the next set of data in August, which would be awesome. Because April's not awesome. Anyway, we did put it on here to talk about it. Maybe you did talk about it, but I did want to raise that option you always have under the intervention ladder, and that you would need to ask the division to bring some of that information forward, which might be a lot of work.
Commissioners, any discussion, any questions? Commissioner Gibson?
Just kind of, yeah. So this is kind of what I'm thinking at this point in time. Because it's so late, but I don't want schools that have reds to just get a pass for the year. That's a concern. So I think at this point in time, I mean, when are we looking at potentially seeing these annual reports? Are we looking at for the next meeting, for the April meeting? Are we clear on that? And it's going to be 57 reports. So, but I think it has to me, it has to be a given that schools that receive a red, they certainly get a notice that at their next annual review, which is like in 10 days, you know, seriously, that's where I struggle at this point in time, because we're saying that we want to see that from schools that are in the red, that at their next annual review, they've improved that. But now their next annual review is coming up in, you know, like right now. So schools are going to say, well, we didn't know that was a red. So how are we going to fix it? You know, we've struggled with this. How are they going to fix it in a year? And I know schools have seen them.
Oh, okay. I thought you said that they might say they hadn't seen that they hadn't
No,
read.
no, but we hadn't seen it. So our
Right.
notification is really coming to them within moments of the next annual review. So the notion that, you know, our process has now been established, that the anticipation is that we see that they have a red, and that unless it's something that has been pulled out and sent down the road of the intervention ladder, every other red, the anticipation is that they will have worked on it and we'll see improvement at the next annual report. But now we've got this time frame of just a couple of weeks potentially of seeing that, so that our notification isn't going out in a timely fashion. And that's where the difficulty is. So I don't know what a good answer is, but I think every school that has a red, by our processes, have to receive a notification that it's unsatisfactory performance. You know, I don't see how we get around that at this point, and I don't want to get around it. You know, I'm not looking to subvert the system. So I think they have to have that, and hopefully schools can provide information to the charter school division that they have worked on it and it has been fixed, and at the next cycle of site visit reviews, that it can be communicated back to us that they have, you know, they have worked on it or are working on it and are successful in this. But, you know, we're kind of between a rock and a hard place in terms of timing.
Commissioner Creo, then Vice Chair Burt.
So this does tie directly into the what I had there. Okay, first, they've all received their annual reports already, correct? The schools.
They have seen draft reports, yes.
So they have a good idea of where there's going to be red.
Oh, yes, there's
Okay.
definitely red, green, yellow, and
Okay.
reasons behind each red.
Okay. And so we could then, if we had to, use the draft report as a basis for issuing the letter. Because it's not a, right, no, we're not on the ladder yet. We're on the letter. Okay, cool. So given in the, let's see, this is some month, this is March. So last month, the director presented, was it 3 schools? But it took a long time just to go through the
One,
reports of
during the work session, we did walk through
it
one.
was a long time. So the idea of doing 57 of those, that's simply just not going to work. So the reason I put item 13 on was, and now I'm making it 2 work sessions instead of 1, a month. And maybe it's only for, you know, from 9 till 1 or from 8:30 till 12:30. But where we're only looking at academic things more than anything. My experience on the commission is that typically those things that are in red that have to do with finance or organizational work, those things are usually corrected pretty swiftly when they not board stuff. Board stuff, I know sometimes you get a good eye roll, but the other stuff tends, my experience, tends to be taken seriously. And now if it's obviously something super serious, then yeah, we're going to give it the letter. This is, no, we've lapped ourselves. Just exactly what Julia said. So we have to catch up. And the way to catch up, in my feeling, is to have a work session only by Zoom. We're not going to call anybody in. We'll know the schools that we're going to be discussing, so they'll know to be available to answer for the red. And then we're going to say, look, hey, we just have a concern about this. And this way we can go through a whole bunch of schools really quickly. I mean, my feeling is this is done in 2 months, and maybe with 2 work sessions each month. And where we're just plowing through this. And then we've played catch up. Now we're caught up. And now we can start to be a little more methodical for next year about when these reports come in and how we address them in a timely fashion. But to have a year pass where we haven't been able to address something, to me, that's unconscionable, not just for us, but for them as well.
Vice Chair Burt, then Commissioner Gibson.
And Dr. Russell's hands up.
I think for me, I would be more interested in what to do with this group and then what we should do in the future. So not try to like make it to where what we're doing right now is the same as what we're going to do in the future. I actually am of the opinion that if we do extensive reviews of this year's annual report, it's a bad look on us. And it does, like, I do not think it's going to be well received by the schools. I mean, if I'm a school leader and we do the kind of review that we should be doing next year, and we do that right now, and then we say, oh, you know, we saw this, I don't know, yellow, red, whatever, you need to fix it. I mean, that's so inappropriate. I mean, it's like massively inappropriate. It's like going to a teacher and being like, hey, like last year you did these things wrong. And right now in March, like now I'm in April of this year, and telling a teacher, hey, I need you to fix it this year for last year's stuff. And it's April of this year. And you're like, what? I have literally a month left of school. Like, what do you want me to do with it? Like, what are you mean? Like, you know, but I understand Commissioner Gibson's, like, it's fresh. It's also like, we can't ignore it either. So I do think what I still think I'm in the kind of the same vein that we talked about last month of, I don't think we should, I think for this year, because of the circumstances that the PED data has put us in, we should go like I think I would depend on Director Chavez and the staff to highlight serious concerns. Like anything that is like, we saw this and we think it's a serious concern that does need to be addressed, to the point where maybe it's only things that might need to get like a letter of concern. Like that's how serious it has to be. Because I think even if they got a red last year and then we tell them like, oh, you got a red last year. I mean, I don't know. You guys already did start doing site visits already, correct, Director Chavez? You all have been out doing them.
For the school year 22-23, we're probably more than halfway through all the school visits.
Right. Okay. So
And we're looking at the draft 21-22 reports when we go into those school visits to look for improvement.
So once again, I think we're in a tough place as the PEC, like Commissioner Gibson said, where we aren't timely with something we would send to the schools at this point. Like it is so out of touch with reality. It would just be so out of touch with reality to send them something. And half of them have actually already had their next year site visits. I mean, it's just, if I was a school leader, I would literally laugh at something I got from the PEC saying in 21-22, you all had, you guys got a red in this. Make sure you do it better. I literally would laugh. Like, I think it would make us look unprofessional. I think it would make us look like out of touch, like genuinely like we're out of touch with it. So I think for me, it would be that unfortunately, I think we're going to have to do like a mass bulk review, do a large acceptance of maybe almost all of them at the same time. And once again, the one thing I would say is if there's something that CSD uncovered from last year during a site visit, that is serious. Like it is something that we should not like. It has to be a red, number one, but also like a serious red, like a serious red, not their governing board training, not their but like a serious red that could lead to like student. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Student performance issue, like special laws. If they're breaking laws, we need to know about that. And have those pulled out and discussed, and like then let us make that decision if we should carry further down with those. But other than that, I think for me, it's like we're gonna have to just do the bulk acceptance that I hated it. I hated it so much. I did not want to ever do that again. But I think for this year, that's the position we've been put in. But I would like to do it very differently last year. And I'm very interested in item 13 for next year's, as we review renewals of 22-23, that we do this in a rolling cycle, that we're doing it where it's being looked at and cared for in the way it should be. But I'm disappointed to have just have this discussion. I'm not happy about this at all, but I don't know what else to do. It's like imagine giving your staff a review from last year right now. I mean, it's how dumb would you look as a boss, right? If you're like, hey, last year you did this and we need you to fix it. And I'm reviewing you right now for your performance from, like, it's just, we're in a tough situation. So that's kind of where I'm at.
Commissioner Gibson, Dr. Russell, then Commissioner Carrillo.
Yeah, I mean, at this point in time, I wholeheartedly agree. And I think I said that, there's little we can do about this year's. We have to make a notification of an unsatisfactory performance because that's part of our processes. But I thought we clearly set up this process to start with, number one, that we're not going to go through each school's annual report through a presentation, that the only ones that we're going to go through are those in the future, that we're going to take recommendations from the director as to what schools they have concerns with. And then we have to look at the annual reports ourselves. And then we say, in addition, I would like to see school B because I have concerns about this. And those are the smaller numbers of schools that we look at in a in-depth meeting because those are the ones that that could result in an intervention ladder process, because we're going to send a formal letter of concern. It's not just going to be that notice of unsatisfactory performance. So, you know, moving forward, but I hope, but we will look, I concur, we will look ridiculous if we're going back at public meetings and saying, hey, you know what, last year, and it's like, what do you mean? Last year's over with, you know, and I think we just have to, we have to acknowledge, and yes, if there are schools that are not serving students appropriately, we need to know that now and act on those. But the rest of the schools that are getting reds because they didn't provide notification in time and so on, they get the notification of unsatisfactory performance from us. So it's on the record, but then we have to move forward.
Thank you, Commissioner Gibson. Dr. Chavez, Dr. Russell.
Thank you, Chair Brower, Commissioners. Wanted to just respond to Commissioner Carrillo's point about not looking at organizational and financial reds and yellows, just looking at academic. That's what we don't have. What we do have is the whole organizational and financial framework minus the indicator 1B, which is assessment participation. We have all the rest of it. What we don't have is any academic data beyond graduation. So we don't have any reds. And as you know, as I reported to the commission yesterday, we still don't have an ETA on that. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Russell. Commissioner Creel.
If I had a cowboy boot that I could take off right now, a la Khrushchev, I'd slam it on the counter. And I would say, I don't know what he would say. He would say, "Nyat, this is not okay." He would use other words. So am I hearing that for 21-22 school year, we do not have the academic data? Simple yes or no?
Yes. Yes. After you left yesterday, I reported to the work session that we thought we had it. When I went out on medical leave, when we sent out all the initial reports to the schools, the draft reports, we thought it was final data. We were then informed that the data are not final. The agency took down the accountability data. If you go to the accountability page on PED's website now, there are no 21-22 academic outcomes data. And as of yesterday, Dr. Alvarez, the interim director of research, evaluation, and accountability, told me that his best estimate was sometime in April for finalizing it.
Okay, so Ms. Gibson used the term, and I think Ms. Bird as well said something about looking ridiculous. This makes us look ridiculous, okay? No, not having the data. Not the idea of going to last year, because if we had the data from last year, yeah, I think it's wise to go back. If some of the schools got 12% proficiency in math, they've got 22% in English, they haven't grown very much, they've got 40% graduation, and we're not seeing, we can say to them, you know something? This is a huge red flag for us. There's no intervention letter right now, but we are really going to need some super duper progress in this coming year, or else. When you read the Think New Mexico report, and when you read about people that are critical of charters, they're critical of our ability to hold ourselves accountable. All right. There's all these side conversations, which are just wonderful. And it's, and that's one of the biggest issues that people have. Well, with districts too, accountability. So now another year is going to go by. Okay. And that's just, we are cheating kids. And actually we are cheating administrators and teachers by not giving them the information so that we can then, if they need additional tools, whatever it may be, helping them with those tools. So I don't mind blaming it all, Miss Gibson. When the shoe fits, it fits. And somebody up on whatever floor of this building, you know, it's just not okay that there's this massive lag in data the way there is. And it's just like, I mean, if Fred Nathan were, he's the guy Think New Mexico. If you were watching this portion of the meeting, knowing that we don't have data from that long ago, he'd be beside himself too. But that is like the bar people hold us to, is being able to hold schools accountable. And, you know, when I look through the schools in District 10, you know, and if some of them are watching, fine, it is what it is. There are schools I wouldn't have sent my son to, not in a heartbeat, you know, because I wouldn't believe that he would have been receiving the education that his mother and I expected from a public school. And then when you look at growth over years, even if you're looking at 2018 to 2022, and you're just not seeing what you need to see, it's like when I've talked about before, and I still think something like this could happen. And I'm so glad the secretary came down yesterday. And I think he needs to put together some sort of a program like the federal program, the federal turnaround program that happened. We used it at Ramirez Thomas in Santa Fe Public Schools, where they got a bunch of extra money to turn that school around. But you know what? All the senior administrators were fired. Don't even think about working for the district. You were gone, you failed kids and you failed teachers. And the only teachers that remained were the teachers that met or exceeded expectations. The ones that didn't, you're gone. You're cheating kids. And that worked. You brought in new administration with new expectations and the funds to be able to grow this school. And it worked with Ramirez Thomas. And that's draconian, but that's what we need in New Mexico, not just some of our charters, but in New Mexico in general. It's like put up or shut up, you know, or just send our kids off to boarding schools every place to get the education that they are entitled to as young people. So I love raising my voice sometimes when I get all excited, but it doesn't mean I'm emotional. It just means I'm excited about all of this because it irritates me so. And to be a part of a public body that right now snip, snip, snip seems impotent and it's very, very frustrating. Thank you for your patience in listening to my rant.
Thank you, Commissioner. I don't think there's any other action we need to take on this item. If it is okay, we'll move on to item 13. I know that we talked, that bled into the previous conversation. I wanted to make sure we were doing diligence on this. Commissioner Creo, if you had any additional information on item number 13, or do you feel like we have covered that enough given where we are from the last item?
Hey, it is what it is. We are where we are. Excuses. Yeah, we're good.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Item number 14, discussion and review of the budget for the PEC for FY23. Is there any other item?
Update
You gave the
yesterday,
update.
so there's
no
nothing
other
new.
update. Okay.
Nothing happened since last night.
Nothing in the last 23 hours.
Otherwise, unless I took the $500,000.
But wasn't there the lunch budget? Ms. Gibson, wasn't there the lunch budget you wanted to talk about?
Great.
No, but I think I want new chairs.
Well, let's move on to item number 15. Report from the Charter School Division. Director Chavez.
Thank you, Chair Brower. Commissioners, I share your frustration on not having the certified data yet. I do want you to know that there's data out there that the schools have had for a while, and it's not going to change dramatically. A school's not going to go from having 72% proficient to having 25% proficient. That's not what's going to happen. There will be some small changes in the proficiency. It will be more accurate. I think the schools deserve to have accurate information. And I know that folks at the PED have been working really hard to get the accurate data so that schools feel like they're looking at their actual and correct data and not holding schools accountable to data that hasn't been scrubbed and cleaned. I think is the right thing to do, but I share your frustration. I wish we could close out those reports. I like the new plans that this commission is taking to verify that you have concerns when there's reds, because previously, and I know that Commissioner Gibson can attest to this, she was chair for many, many years where the PEC did just wholesale accept the annual reports and didn't necessarily go through each one individually. It is really time consuming. And she can provide clarification on how maybe they pulled out concerning schools. And
Director
that
Chavez,
sort
we
of
already
thing.
talked about that for
Yeah.
several minutes.
Right. Okay. So on my report is to talk about the fiscal audit. So let's start there. So yesterday, we gave you an overview of the trends over the past few years in the work session. The materials included the fiscal year 22 document in its entirety. It is over 1,700 pages long, and that is item number 2 in the work session folder. Okay, so we have since created a summary of the findings, and that's in your folder for today, item number 15A. But before we review this list, I just wanted to share with the commissioners that the auditor that was working with the PED and all state charter schools raised concerns directly to me in September. And as a result of that, I sent out 10 memos to charter schools. You guys did not get CC'd because this is part of that process whereby I work with the schools to see improvement before raising that with you all. So 10 schools got a memo that provided specific information about what the auditors were saying. Maybe the governing board wasn't making themselves available, the governing board members who are on the audit committee, maybe they couldn't make themselves available, maybe materials weren't being made available, but for some reason they were like, heads up, we're struggling with the audit. I got some phone calls from head administrators that received that letter and said, thank you. I don't sit on the audit committee and I wouldn't have known if you had not sent that memo. And some schools then responded, and I don't see them on the list of schools that are of concern. They jumped to it and made sure that the auditors had what they needed. And some schools, unfortunately, were unable to satisfy the requirements of the audit. So we have some schools that resulted in a disclaimer. And so if you look at document 15A, you'll see that there is a list of schools that are concerning because of material weakness and significant deficiencies. Some of those include the fact that those schools have foundations, and the foundations who are component units of the school are included in the school's audit. So where that is specific to the foundation, you'll see that in that document. I don't know if you can, you don't have access to that?
It says who has access, you do not have permission to do that. 7-page reviews.
Yeah, they lied, I did.
So there are 2 schools that have disclaimer of opinions, La Tierra Montessori and Las Montañas. And so the disclaimer and the type of opinion are listed at the very top. And then the audit concerns and the summary of the concerns are listed for each school that was in the audit. We're not here to discuss, especially I understand that during my presentations, we aren't talking about specific schools. So at this point, I'm not entertaining any questions. This is merely a summary and the actual source document that the summary was pulled from. And this is meant to help you very quickly have an understanding of how schools in your portfolio performed on the fiscal year 22 audit, which would be informing the annual reports for this school year, which is school year 22-23. So it would be in the annual reports for next year, or excuse me, for this year, even though this was last year's audit. So the schools have a little bit of time. They had a exit with the auditors in November. And they created management response. You'll find that in the 1,700-page document. For each audit finding, there is a management response, which in essence is a corrective action plan. What are we going to do to not have the same audit finding? Nonetheless, our performance framework in indicator, let's see. Yeah, in indicator, is it 2A? Hold on a sec, I can be really specific. Indicator 2A reads, is the school meeting financial reporting and compliance requirements? And the sub bullet on that is that the school submits an audit cap to the PED Audit Bureau within 30 days of the release of the audit. I am yet to receive those, and I don't know that it's been a full 30 days, but this is on our agenda for next week. Ms. Kimberly and Mr. Kyle will be working with me and Deputy Director Bridget Russell to be in contact with the PED Audit Bureau to see if they actually have collected those caps. I think that it may have been last year that we actually collected those caps, and that's why there are some schools in the annual reports from last year that got a ding, if you will, for not submitting a cap. Now, the beautiful thing about the interaction back and forth with the schools is that, like, when we were at Aldo and we thought the school had not submitted a cap and we were talking to the business manager, she said, oh yeah, here it is. They hadn't sent it to the PED, but they created it. I don't think she could have created it in 2 minutes while we're having a discussion, but she had it handy and she was using it. So that's the level of accuracy that we want to make sure that we are collecting and how we're working with the schools. So I am just providing that information for you because I know that you wanted to be able to know how schools in your portfolio are doing. I'm going to move on to item B, which is
I'm sorry, everybody just left and I just had a question.
yeah, well, you're not supposed to. My understanding is that there's not supposed to be questions during my report.
I don't recall that ever being a policy or a rule. It's ridiculous. I'm the elected and I have a question for you.
I would ask the attorney to verify that because there's been times when the former chair Bert did confirm that. So I think it's in the PEC.
I don't recall ever us
procedures.
passing a policy or procedure that we don't ask questions.
During my report?
Yeah, because
I mean, I would remember because I'm the one that gives the report and my understanding is that I can't be asked questions during the report. So hold it, Steve, and we can talk later. But I think that as part of the meeting, that's the case. I apologize. I'm not trying to not.
No, you don't have to apologize. So my question then is for Juliet or for the secretary, because you would have probably taken the vote. Did we ever come up with some sort of policy where we're not allowed to ask the director a question about her report?
What I think is that it's under the Open Meetings Act. It's not a discussion and of what's in that report. I don't think it's in the rules of procedure. And I don't know if Patty
It's not
gets
a
in those-
discussion, it's a question. The same way if we could ask a question during anyone's, if somebody gives a report about LEFC and, you know, Stuart has a question, he can say, hey, I have a question. How does that work?
Well, then the item would say discussion and possible action or discussion.
We're not
but-
discussing, it's you know what? This is a pissant thing. It's pissing me off and it's not your fault.
Thank you.
So can I just kind of weigh in? I'm sorry, I need to take a short break, but we have always permitted questions during the director's report. We haven't taken any action on it, but we've always, if there's a question, we've certainly, my experience has been, you know, so I'm sorry, I'm late to this.
My experience.
party.
Let's ask Vice Chair Burt. Because I thought that during my presentations, Becca, that I wasn't supposed to be asked questions. No? I don't think I'm dreaming that. At one point, somebody said that. I don't care, but I thought that that was the
No, I
case.
think, so I've only ever said that things, like when we've talked about whether to put it on a report, a director's report versus an item, is so that there could be no action
Action on
taken.
it, right.
Right, okay. And
Yeah.
just so you know, I did tell the schools, I talked to some of the schools, including one this morning at 7, that this item was going to be on the agenda, that I was going to present it to you, that PEC was not going to make any actions, and they wouldn't necessarily need to be here to hear about any actions that you all are taking. But I'm happy to entertain a question from you, Commissioner Carrillo. Go ahead.
Forget it. Not anything with it. It's gotta be levity because it has to
Because
be.
it is.
So not naming any schools or anything, but one thing that appears more than others is
Mhm.
material weakness financial reporting. So what I'd be asking is, what is it procedurally at a school that prevents them from reporting in a timely fashion? I mean, your person had that you mentioned, had that thing and they just pulled it out of their pocket. Is there something that we can do or that you can do as a division to help them? Because when we see something repeating itself like this, it raises a little pink flag.
Sure. What we did last year was we held a series of sessions called How to Avoid Audit Findings. And unfortunately, even though we did that, the number of audit findings increased this year, as you saw yesterday. So we provide technical assistance when possible, but really the schools need to be looking at their audit. They need to be thinking about their processes. We have a lack of budget managers to go around in New Mexico, and a lot of schools share the same business manager, or they work with a firm who might move the business manager from one school to another. They bring in a different person mid-school year. That creates some challenges. I recommend to every person that's getting ready to go to college to major in accounting and become a school business manager, because we need them so bad. I know that Chair Brower would confirm that. So we're also talking to the schools to find out exactly what happened, right? Because it could be that a report was late or a payment was late and they didn't get a payment from the PED. I mean, that's the level of detail that I think we need to take with the schools. The audit is what the audit is. And they have it. This is a public document. It's on the state auditor's website, I believe. Now you all have it. And what you're looking at is just the summary, pulling out those schools that had those concerns.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions on this before I move on? All right, I see like my wonderful staff here. So if there's any staff members that wish to come up and support the presentations, you're welcome to. I think we're eating snacks, and I'm actually not the person that dug as deeply into the report. So if anybody that dug deeply into the report wishes to speak, I'm happy to share the stage. And while you're thinking about that, or if you don't, I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next item, B, which is funding and training for schools transferring to PEC from the district. So you know that commissioners, that New Mexico is unique in that it allows charter schools to switch authorizer upon renewal. Not many places allow that, but we do. And some people have said, who should you choose as your authorizer? Should it be the district? Should it be the PEC? And some schools like ping pong back and forth because, as a former colleague that I used to work with here at the PED said, it's relationship, relationship, relationship. Who do you think you can have the best relationship with? I also think it's about authorizing practices and who's going to be transparent, who's going to be supportive, who's going to work with you. And so I know you all are awesome authorizers because of late, we've had some schools switch to you and none switch to the district. And last year we had a school that renewed with you all. This is their first year as a state authorized charter school after being authorized by a local district. And when that happens, the school transforms from being a component unit of the district to being its own Board of Board of Finance, thank you, and LEA. So when I say LEA, that means Local Education Agency. That's a term that the federal government gives to boards of finance at the state level within a state, because they call the PED the SEA and they call districts LEAs, and state charters are LEAs, but local charters are not LEAs. Is that crystal clear? Okay. All right. So switching, I know it is for Commissioner Gibson, right? So switching from being a component unit of an LEA where that district has to flow money to you, to being your own LEA, you get a different number, you get like with the feds, you have a different legal status. And so at the PED, we got a huge amount of money, as you guys know, from ESSER during the pandemic. I said that word. And we gave money to districts, and districts flowed it to locals, or maybe it came directly. If Louis was here, I'd know, but he's not here, so I don't know exactly how the award letters went out. But the point is that, and I think it did flow from the district, because one of the issues that we're having with a school that is now state authorized is that they had some ESSER funds. They were unable to expend all of them while they were under the district. And then they became a state authorized charter school, and those monies did not follow them. Why? Because an LEA, the district, can't give money to another LEA, which is the current status of that charter that transitioned to be state authorized this year.
Did the district then just get to keep the money? So like with Vista Grande, so the district just, híjole.
Yeah, so that's a horrible, awful, terrible, no good thing to have happen. And so as a result, there's been a couple of different conversations. This has involved other people at the PED. The federal grant program managers have responded to the school and let them know, we have to follow federal laws. And unfortunately, there's nothing we can do. It's against the law for a LEA to give money to an LEA. So our response is, okay, we have another school, Cottonwood Classical, that is transitioned from being under APS to being a state authorized charter school. So let's work within this fiscal year to ensure that they spend all the money. So we're providing a sit-down meeting with Cottonwood Classical. We're having this, conversation about the tough lesson learned that we had with another school, and make sure you spend all your federal money, make sure that you're clear about deadlines and when you report data and how you get access to this money. And it may be that the school, because it has a newly established identity, might have to wait a little bit of time before they get their first award letter. So that's something that we're parsing out and communicating to the schools that have started going down that path, to schools that are going to the renewal training as they are making the decision. Do I stay with the local district? Do I go with the PED? Do I go back to the district? I'm already with the PED, but we're incorporating that level of training for all schools and gaining in our knowledge and capacity to be able to guide them and connect them with the right people at the PED, so that schools don't end up suffering a loss of funds. So that was item number B. Any questions? All right. Anybody want to share additional information about that? I know that Missy Brown, if she were here, would be able to tell you exactly, what her slide says, because she's made sure to put that in place and to also create the special session for Cottonwood Classical. And we're thinking that we need a couple of sessions anytime a school is transferring. Similar to, we do the sessions for the new schools, we do the sessions for the renewing schools. But once you've transferred, I think we need to do a couple of transfer sessions to support those schools. So that's the plan for CSD moving forward in item D. Okay, in terms of item C, this is the data platform. I wanted my staff to be able to have a say into exactly what components it should have and how it might be used within our division. And so there is currently a near final scope of work that is in place. And my question, we need to get it posted. And my question, since we get to talk, and this is, I see Chair Commissioner Gibson, I still want to call you Chair Gibson, weigh in on it. Should a subcommittee of the PEC want to take a look at it? Do you want us to run with it? I think that we have a good scope of work and we could run with it. And I have a projected timeline for posting the scope of work on April 10th. So there's a little bit of time, but between now and then, if there's a subcommittee that wants to work with us on this, I'm happy to engage with whoever on the PEC that wants to take a look at it.
Yeah, we probably can't make any decisions or actions like that right now, Karina, or Director Chavez. But I think this is something we can start at least with the executive committee or the budget.
Budget subcommittee can probably do it because
Yeah.
they've discussed it. And 2 of the 3 were at the presentation.
Great. Yeah.
So, yeah.
So the current timeline I have is a goal to get that posted by April 10th. And I know we've started to grease the wheels on that. May 8th, look at proposals, May 22nd, choose a contractor, and by June 19th, have a contract in place where we could at least pay for the upfront materials. This will be an ongoing cost if we have this data platform that is online for everybody to access, and we're moving forward with it. Anybody want to add anything? Any questions? We're good to move on. All right, item D, update on Cesar Chavez Community School. So you all know that Cesar Chavez has a corrective action plan. And I know that there was supposed to be an update for you on the corrective action plan at this meeting. The school, so I contacted the school and they're on spring break and pretty much off the grid, and their phone is undergoing repair. So it's been difficult to connect with them. They did send us a document that is a link to a folder with CAP evidence, but we're having some technical difficulties getting the full scope of CAP item information. We did get some evidence that the school has created a schedule for in-person instruction. So we're happy about that. They are telling us that they're on track for implementing all of the pieces of the plan. And they had staff and a small group of students selected who came to campus last week. I mentioned in the correspondence with the head administrator that we could stop by at the school, that we probably would stop by unannounced just to check in. And she said, that's great, please do. And also maybe please, let me know when you're coming so we can sit down. So I anticipate that before you all meet again in April, we will have a chance to have visited the school and to report out with a more thorough report on Cesar Chavez. Any questions? Yes.
Weren't they waiting until the fourth quarter to go live, right? Was it March? Wasn't April?
Where we're in.
It was March.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
going to ask one of my
Okay.
staff members, Martika Davis, who knows the CAP most intimately, to speak to that.
If you have like a minute or less, I would think it would be okay, but we don't want to really get too much into that process at this stage.
Thank you, commissioners. So the school had originally reported during the PEC meeting last week, as part of their cap that they plan to return March 14th
Right.
in person.
Great, thank you. And thank you for being succinct on that.
Ms. Arnaz said that they did have some teachers and students there.
See, I just want to also let the record state that having a kind soul, Commissioner Gibson, sometimes is important, so that we can clarify some things. All right. I also just want to, before we move on,
Alan, she didn't give extra credit as a teacher either.
yeah. Since we have, I think we have, yeah, I think we have a large group of the PED Charter School Division staff here. So I just want to take this moment to thank you all for all that you do as well before we move off. And
Well, actually, thank you, Chair Brower. And I actually do think that we have a goodbye to make. Unfortunately, one of our staff members is decided that he is going to stay home with his baby, which makes me smile and also makes me very, very sad. But Dylan Wilson, we're going to miss you. You've been a wonderful member of the CSD. I know the PEC has appreciated and benefited from all the technical assistance you've provided to governing board members and all of the accuracy that you've ensured with amendments and documents. Thank you so much, Dylan. We're going to miss you.
Dylan, thank you so much.
And Chair Brower,
Yes.
Deputy Director Russell has her hand up.
Thank you so much, Ms. Valenzuela. I wanted to also wish a very fond and grateful farewell to Samantha Samuel, who is also leaving the Charter Schools Division. Dylan's last day will be March 31st and Sam's last day will be April 7th. We will miss both of them. Both of them have been invaluable to me personally in doing my work and to the division in general. So all the best to both.
Thank you, Dr. Russell, and thank you, Samantha. And thank you all for all the work that you continue to do for us and with us. Go ahead.
I just want to say I just want to say I'm gonna miss Sam at the next conference. I really enjoyed hanging out with her at the last one. So I don't even know if she's on because I'm not on Zoom, but someone tell her I said that. Okay. And Dylan, yeah,
She's on.
Okay. Sam, thank you. I'm so sad you're leaving. But I do wish both of you all the best health and wealth and happiness moving on into whatever the next stage of your careers are. And but yeah, you guys thanks for the work that you've done for charter schools. It does make a difference. The kids benefit from the work you do every day. So thanks for what you have done and for setting the bar high in the division, and very grateful for you guys. Like, you two are incredible staff. So very sad to lose you, but happy for you guys in your next journeys and chapters.
Item number 16, reports from the PEC liaison groups. Items A and B, the LESC and the LFC. Commissioner Gibson.
They haven't been meeting because of the legislative session and they have not set their schedules yet, but they'll be posting them soon. They have to recreate the committees through members at the beginning of at the end of the session. So hopefully they will, I anticipate they'll meet sometime in February.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Klosterchilich, the Indian Education Advisory Council. Any updates from them? You're on mute, I believe.
Yeah. Okay. Basically, the council has not met for a while. Well, had met, I guess, some time back, but we're becoming reacquainted with the issues, discussions that they had had. And so I feel like they're regrouping right now and indicated they would let us know when the next meeting was going to occur. And they were hoping that at that time they'd have more current information. And so it was a very a meeting with a lot of questions of each other, asking what had been said, what had been done. So I'm anticipating that the next meeting will have more information.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Ingham, the PSCOC.
Well, they also have not met during the session. We will have a AMS subcommittee meeting, I believe it's next week, and then a PSCOC meeting the week after. I have taken the opportunity, though, to go through several trainings with PSFA on how the funding mechanisms work. I'm making a very good relationship with PSFA. I did talk to them a little bit about the timeliness of the award. I just lost it. Their reimbursements for lease reimbursement, and made that clear that that's a super important thing, and charter schools kind of function on a more rigorous cash flow schedule than other educational industry in whatever. Any case, that it's been very good, and I think I'm going to be able to be involved with them. They also have a process where they're going to be doing HVAC recommendations for every school, and they're going to let me be a big part of that too. So I'm really interested in it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ingham. And you should be legitimately the liaison. I filled out some type of paperwork last week. I can't remember what they called it, but you're good. And yeah. So you're all set. Commissioner Manus, Nemipsia, any updates from them? Oh, he's not here, huh? Okay. Commissioner Creo, School Boards Association, any updates?
No, not an update per se, but I just made some notes. Because I mentioned this, I mentioned it to Joe and nothing happened, and it's March now, so maybe we could get something together for their December. Usually it's the last Friday of November, or first Saturday in December is when they have their convention down in Albuquerque, and they, in addition to all the different things they do as a body, they have breakout sessions. And I've always felt that and this isn't to be arrogant, but they have a lot to learn from us. We have a lot to offer. And just the notes, just what ways to share. And what I wrote down was performance framework. Imagine if they were to use a tool like our performance framework when they were looking at their district schools. They don't have to recreate the wheel. There's a note that I just wrote down, autonomy and innovation. How can a superintendent allow a principal and staff to really run a different kind of a school? And it's Explore that makes me think of this, right? If somebody wanted to mirror that kind of a model, or Thrive, or any number of things, right? And the other thing I wrote down was magnets. If they're, they just seem to turn a deaf ear to this, but if they're really worried about competition and more charters opening up in districts around the state, well, then for God's sakes, man, be innovative and open a magnet school. It's not rocket science. And they have the ability to do it, especially, and I can speak to Santa Fe, especially when they're looking at repurposing different properties that we have, because the population has decreased, by more than 2,000 when I was let's say 2014, 15. So anyway, what I'll tell you is that I will meet with Joe Guillen in the next month, and I'll say, Joe, seriously, is this something we can do together or not? And if it's not, don't humor me. But if there's somebody, on your executive board that, wants to latch on to any of this, then let's get it started, because we'll have then time to put together something really thoughtful.
Thank you, Commissioner. Is this time for questions? Can we take questions?
I'm not going to do a question.
Okay.
I just wanted to volunteer. If you lead the effort, I would be happy to present with you if you want to work together on a performance framework
That'd be great.
presentation December.
Yeah.
You'll be the yin to my yang and the good cop, bad cop thing.
Yeah.
The what?
Patty will definitely be the bad cop.
Yeah.
Great.
And I'm sorry, Patty will want, I missed that.
Yep.
That'll work. Or you can be a heckle. You can just hit back and heckle, whatever. Of course. All right.
Commissioner Ingham, I saw you flinch. Go ahead if it's quick. And
Okay, The district charter schools and using the performance framework. I witnessed some of the district, APS district schools having a real tough time. And their authorizers having a really tough time because they don't have the time to focus on this like we do. And I watched a really pretty tragic example of that. And I wonder if the charter school division, do you make that available to them, or would they be willing to look at that? Because I think they would really benefit from it. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, may I comment on that too?
When we entered into this, the first or second, time, we always were very public in the fact that, especially, APS is a little different because it's a larger authorizer. So there's a little bit more funding that's available, but for anyone, we don't have a copyright on this. You shouldn't have to reinvent the wheel. It's on our website. Anyone can use any and all part of it, and they don't have to ask permission. So that if we're willing to engage in this work and expense, we're not doing it, we're doing this to benefit students in New Mexico, not just the finite number of students that are in our charters, which it should, but this is for anyone to use. So they can certainly use it. They do have an office, an authorizing office, an office of innovation or whatever it's
Yes, I
called.
know.
But I understand the concern about the board. I do.
Yeah, it's just that the board is the authorizer and they are also hugely involved with a million other things that this becomes a really back burner issue for them. And then they get caught with not having been it seems to me, not well advised.
They should go to the charter
I
conference
think
for
we should
authorizers.
entertain that conversation about,
Yeah, for sure. Director Chavez, did you have something else that you wanted to share?
Yeah, Commissioner Ingham, I'm happy to show you some of the work we've done wearing our PED hats to strengthen authorizing practices across the state with our charter schools grant we got from the feds. There's a course on Canvas, there's tools. And so we do. And this year I sat down with authorizer of a district where they have authorized one school and walked them through several of the tools we use. So yeah, we do support authorizers when we can.
Thank you. Commissioner Taylor, anything on the State Library Commission?
No, we have not met since our last meeting, so I have nothing to report today.
Great, thank you, sir. And then Commissioner Beck, anything from Incel?
No, I'll use Commissioner Carrillo's lovely words, the pandemic and COVID. I'll use Commissioner Gibson's real thing. The legislative session has prevented that. So I will get to stand rounds here before the next meeting.
Great, thank you. Moving on to number 17, report from the chair. I know Director Chavez provided a good update on the transfer of schools from district to state authorized, and discuss some of the trainings that we're going to be working on as well. I wanted to just let the commission know, since our last meeting, I did have a meeting with Vista Grande to discuss the situation, mostly for me to understand what's going on. And I feel for them. I really feel for them. They are a school that is smaller. This funding really hurts smaller schools. It hurts any school, but when you're talking about almost a couple $100,000, it's really painful, especially for schools under 100 kids. And so I want to, Director Chavez, I don't know what the PEC's role is and working through some of these pain points, but I think I would make myself available where appropriate to be part of those conversations and kind of think through how we can best move forward. I also wanted to just highlight that what's really painful for me is the equity issue a little bit. And the students at Vista Grande, by and large, are the Yazi Martinez students, and our school that is coming up this year in Cottonwood Classical. And I don't want to make comparisons, but I do think there are oftentimes optics that happen when you have Cottonwood Classical Preparatory School is this time. We're going to learn lessons on potentially a school that came from last year that we weren't able to figure out. It's just hard for me. It's hard for me. I've been struggling with that. And I think that is through no fault of the PED. So Karina, I'm not pushing blame on the PED. It's just the reality of like, there is a serious equity concern that I have when many students from Taos Pueblo are receiving something different than potentially what we would see in one of our other IB, an IB school in Albuquerque. And so that's something that gives me concern. And I hope that we can figure out how to support all of our schools in the most equitable way, for sure. Reports on school issues. I just wanted to highlight, I think all commissioners were included on an email from North Valley Academy. You probably saw that. I think I mentioned this last meeting. Their attorney Dan Hill was here, and he gave me a little bit of a heads up that there is a significant issue with their building. They were doing some work on it, and they found like significant sinkholes that made the school just unsafe to be occupied. And so they made the really hard decision to go to virtual for the remainder part of the year, just because it's not safe for them to have students there. I have taken a few calls from different parents who have called me over the last month or so, just to kind of get a sense about, what we could potentially do. And oftentimes you need to talk to the head administrator and the governing board, but really just listening to them. And I know it's just so hard that a lot of these parents were, we were just out of COVID, kids are back into school, and now I need to figure out how to go to work and take care of my child on virtual. And so there's just like pain points that, again, through no fault of the school, who would have thought there would be a sinkhole in Los Ranchos during this time period. But so my heart goes out to North Valley and their whole school community, and I know that they're working hard to figure out what to do. There is no update on the Charter School Advisory Committee at this stage. I think that's something maybe that we would like to figure out what that role could be. Again, I think that advisory council has not met very frequently, and so I think maybe that's something we can think about how to revise that as an opportunity for the PEC and the Charter School Division, because I do think there's some really good things that we could take from having a smaller group of charter leaders, including head administrators, family members who take their kids to charter schools, governing council members from charter schools, so on and so forth. And so I think there's some utility there, but I would love to work with the director and others, including the PEC members, to kind of think through how we could make that a feasible and helpful resource for the work that we're doing. So that's all I have. Do we have Lucy? Is Matt Paul on the call?
No, but I promoted Wayne.
Oh, okay, great. Wayne,
All right.
The floor is
Yeah.
yours. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair Brown, commissioners, and CSD staff. I appreciate it. I'm sorry I'm not there in person.
I don't know,
this time,
Wayne.
but yeah.
Cannot see you.
You know what? My video is on. What is it showing? What does
Commissioner
it look like
Gibson
to you?
said that it looks like your X-ray.
Yeah, it looks like your rib cage from the inside
Oh,
out.
it's my phone. I see what's going on. So it picked up my phone instead of my computer video. Let me do my computer video.
There we go. Now we
All
see.
right. Here I am. But I will be in person next month. And I'm sorry I missed this month. I don't like this probably as much or less. I probably like this less than anybody else, but just the way things worked out is I was here in Silver City. So, and it's quite a drive, of course. But anyway, I want to thank you guys this morning for approving the amendments, on both the schools, the Las Cruces school, being here in Silver, I see Las Cruces booming and I see the things that are happening down there. And I think it's good for the community. I think that having that competition with John Paul Taylor and some of the other elementary schools is good for the community. And it sounds like it's going to fill up very, very rapidly. And same with the school in Gallup. they're going to be growing. I know they're doing a great job over there, and thanks for supporting them. To talk about the performance framework, I know that it seems like for you guys, you've been working on that forever. You know, Becca, I know you're like, oh my God, I'm so tired of this. But for us, it's fairly new. It's only 3 months old, and we're just really learning it. And to be able to put this off a little bit and give us a little more time to explain those things to our schools, because it creates a lot of stress. When the schools have a site visit, and even though they know what to expect, it still creates a lot of stress for them, because it's a disruption in their school day. And you know, they're every 5 years they're having to go through this renewal, so that's a lot of stress to go through that. So when they know the ins and the outs of the performance framework, I think it'll make a big difference for them. So thank you guys for looking at that and putting this off for at least another couple of months. And we look forward to working with you guys, and whatever we need to do to help and support, we'll be here. And like I said, next month I'll be here. I'll be there May also. So I want to see this through and make sure that this is done right for everybody. So I stand for questions. If you guys have any questions of the PCS&M.
Commissioners, any questions at this stage?
Not a question, more of a comment. I think you said something like, you know, you've been able to look at this for the last 3 months or so. And I'm thinking to myself, no way, man. You've had like more 6, 7, 8. We have asked, I mean, all along the way, you can probably look at agendas that we've had, Wayne, and I'm not just trying to be contrary, but you can look at agendas that we've had where we've asked for input over and over and over. And I can say what, maybe 4 or 5 people have regularly chimed in. So it's going to be one of those cases, I'm pretty certain of it, where we're going to take a final vote. And then all of a sudden, people are going to say, well, I didn't get the chance to speak up. You know that's going to happen. So don't let it happen.
Mm-hmm.
The schools listen to you. They listen to Matt. You know, now is the time. Anyone wants to speak up, it's now. It's not in another 2 or 3 months. And thank you for everything you do. And I hope you're having a fun time in the southern part of the state. And I use the phrase from Aldo Leopold all the time, think outside the desk. Brilliant.
Yes. Well, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Cleo.
I see no other questions at this stage. Wayne, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate the comments and everything that you all do. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
All right, now we're moving into item 19. We're on the home stretch. PEC comments. This is a reminder that we don't have to go. If you have any comments, you will receive the floor. But we won't be having a back and forth discussion or taking any action at this stage. So it's just your time. Everyone gets 15 seconds. I'm just kidding. Everyone take what you need, but we'll go based on hand raises and requests. So Commissioner Gibson.
Yeah, thanks. And I will be quick. I wanted to thank everyone who weighed in through the legislative session. Matt's not on. I want to thank Matt because he was the recipient of a lot of my frustration because I could not get recognized in the Senate Education Committee. So unfortunately, I was able to provide comment on a number of bills on the House side, but not on the Senate side. In case commissioners are not aware, the Senate Joint Resolution to create the position of the State School Board did not get heard on the House floor, so it died because it was not heard. But it's out there. And commissioners also need to be aware that there was a heavy discussion and not a whole lot of angst against a voucher system during this legislative session. And that needs to be kept in the back of people's minds and for a later date. I wanted to congratulate Six Directions Indigenous School because one of their governance council members is the USA Today's Woman of the Year, and that's Wilhelmina Yazzie. So congratulations to her. I think it's very exciting.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for lifting that up. That's awesome. Commissioner Beck, then Commissioner Armijo.
I just wanted to say a real thank you to the existing commissioners. Director Chavez, Julia, you guys have been so helpful in my steep learning curve becoming a little less steep. It's been really helpful, and you guys have been so welcoming to help us that really appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner Beck. Secretary Armijo.
Thank you. I just want to thank again, Teresa Archuleta, who was here earlier today from South Valley Prep, for stepping up and helping them come through a really tough time. And I would also like for everybody to make sure and keep Moises Padilla in their prayers. He is struggling right now. He and his family are having a difficult time, and I just wanted to just mention that, to send them positive vibes and love and light. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Vice Chair Burt.
All right, I'll be quick too. So I got to, in the last month, I went to go visit Turquoise Trail Charter School, mostly because I have a lot of folks that I used to work with at PED that work over there now. So it was kind of like just going and visiting old friends. But one of the cool things that they talked about while I was there is that they had their students who are part of their virtual academy start a class project. And it ended up in the legislature fully funding a playground for them. I thought that was so cool and such a neat, like, civics lesson, like in real life. I mean, those are such a massive, important lessons for students to learn, because how empowering is it to become an adult and understand the legislative process and be successful in it? Super cool. So I just thought that was really, really cool. Also, I know actually that day, Director Eide said he was going to be leaving the school and they're going to be hiring someone new. So, you know, if you have, I think a nonprofit or charters somewhere else. So best of luck to him, and hopefully they'll get someone great to replace him. And then the last thing, just with all the CSD staff here, I just want to say thank you all. I know you guys do a lot of work for us, like for the meetings, on top of doing site visits, on top of doing technical assistance, on top of all the other things you do. So we really are appreciative of all the work you do, and it's always reflective in the quality of work we're able to do. So, you know, we can't do anything without you all. So really appreciative of that. And so thank you.
Thank you. Anyone on the Zoom that would like to share?
This is Sharon. I'd like to.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Okay. I would like to thank all the commissioners right now for all the contribution and for making us look like a very reliable, well, especially me, I'm a newbie. I really appreciate the honesty. I appreciate the professionalism. I appreciate the model that all of you are exhibiting, because a lot of this I'm very new to. I'm not acquainted to the, I guess, being in the weeds of education, administration, and looking at where teachers are now. So I really appreciate all the knowledge and information that I am acquiring through these board meetings, through the work sessions. So thank you very much. I'm very proud to be part of the team. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right. Commissioner Creel.
Becca, thank you for mentioning Turquoise Trail, because that project, Chris and I talked about that, and that the kids did it just beginning to end. And I'd wanted them to come on a Friday to do a presentation, and maybe they still can, because usually it's a Friday morning when probably the most school leaders tune in. And it was just, that kind of success is wonderful. So I'm just going to read this. I don't know if anyone else here reads the New Mexican or online or anything, but it's a shout out to Monte del Sol. And so students from Monte del Sol Computer Science CTE pathway, they were selected as winners of NASA's TechRise Student Challenge, one of 57 winning TechRise teams nationwide. And NASA will support the students who will program a microcontroller to measure the amounts of greenhouse gases in the upper atmosphere. Their payload will launch. The Monte del Sol's payload will launch as part of the test flight on the Worldview Zero Pressure Stratolite balloon. Hopefully we won't shoot that down over, the Stratolite balloon. So congratulations to the kids at Monte for this great achievement.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner. We'll move on to item number 20, discussion of new business topics for the next agenda. Any items right now that are top of mind, knowing that the executive committee will be discussing this as we go forward, and you'll have other opportunities as well. Seeing none, let's move into item number 21.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Chair Brower,
Yes.
Vice Chair Burt,
Yes.
Secretary Mio votes yes. Commissioner Ingham,
Yes.
Commissioner Klasha-Shilich,
Yes.
Commissioner Gibson,
Yes.
Commissioner Beck,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
and Commissioner Carrillo.
Yes.
That passes 9-0. We are adjourned.
All right. We're adjourned.